of values in a society is a major challenge. In most organizations, you have what you call organizational culture, where you have those who've been in the organization for some time transfer knowledge, transfer skills, just to ensure that the new intakes are able to grow up and function very well. In our society today, we've always had that culture where our elders will be on the vanguard of indoctrinating the younger ones so they can learn from them, adopt the values and virtues that has kept them far in life. That way, we can sort of maintain a society that is better. Our society is bedeviled by so many challenges. And these challenges that we see in the society, they are a function of dysfunctional families. And today on the program, we'll be talking to a retired civil servant who worked her way from being a typist to becoming a cash officer in the Treasury Department of Edo State. You know what that means if you've been a civil servant, so someone to start his work as a typist and then move through the ranks. That will be years of development, years of acquiring knowledge and skills, and then get to that peak of a career before you retire. We have with us in the studio Pastor Mrs. Grace Okoje. Well, she's over 70, but I tell you, she still looks 16. Anyways, that's on the lighter side. Pastor Mrs. Okoje, thank you for joining us on the program.
Bless you. Good morning.
Okay, fantastic. Let's begin by looking at how it was like for you to grow up. You know, there are those who are very privileged. We have this system where, okay, we say the person is born with silver spoon in his mouth or diamond spoon, as the case may be. For you, how was it like growing up? Were your parents so wealthy? Because I know for you to be able to work in the civil service, there would have been that level of formal education and all. So how was it like growing up, you know, through school and all of that?
Bless you. My growing up with my father and my mom, both of them were farmers. Then I have another brother who was working in Rubber Research Institute. When he came home, my mother told him that I want Grace to go to college. My brother said, how? I said, okay, if he is going back to Benin, I will follow him. Then I followed him down to Rubber Research Institute. We were there. I read up my primary 6. I did my common entrance, and I passed Imagoro Teachers College. Thereafter, he said I should go and stay with my elder sister in Benin City at Igbesama Barak. She is a tailor, which is a fashion designer. She said she's also a petty trader.
Okay.
He said I should stay with her. Both of them discussed about me. He said I have to follow the line of my elder sister. My sister said, no, I am a fashion designer. Her younger ones will also take to no. We should look for. He said, but my little salary cannot pay for college. I said, well, is it not anyone look like school? My sister said, no, I am a fashion designer. Her younger ones will also take to no. We should look for. He said, but my little salary cannot pay for college. I said, well, is it not anyone look like school? My sister said, then we will look for. Then I look for institutes. I was still selling in that counter, walk from there to Oba Market, short Lagos Street to buy all those petty things she's selling. After 8 months, they look for the commercial institute at Igbesama, one Mr. Aloha Institute. So thereabouts, they transfer the husband. I go along with them to Sapele. Reaching there, stay with them for 4 months at home. My sister was trying to reach my brother. He said he has no money. He said, okay, myself and my sister, we were not looking for. We get a institute. It's a commercial school.
Just continue.
Then we back to follow them to Sapele, they transfer the husband. Reaching there, we look for a commercial school. Then we got one at the Sapele there. I started schooling. Thank God, he later called my brother and settled the man that operated the institute. I start. Before that 1 year, they worked their transfer to Benin.
So you went from Benin to Sapele. Sapele now,
that sister.
back to Benin again.
Yes, they now come back to Benin. In that place, my brother said, I don't have money. I called my brother, I said, I cannot stay at home. You know, by learning, it's just like a shorthand.
Okay.
As you learn shorthand, 2 days you forgot what you wrote down.
If you are not practicing
it.
Okay.
And I said, okay, look for. I said, for the typing, I'm okay. He said, okay. I enroll ROC, I passed. But I still let him know I cannot just sit at home. And he was managing, paying for me. Then there I got a woman come to request for a secretary for the institute that I'm practicing now.
Okay.
I said, I will work. Oh. The woman said, okay, you will work? I said, yes. He took me to the place. It was a warehouse, bookshop warehouse. He said, whenever they want to order books, I will be typing. I said, okay, put me there. I spent 1 year plus there. Then I sit down, I said, the money is too small, 800. 8 naira.
8 naira.
8 naira.
What year was this? So you were earning 8 naira as a typist?
Yes,
okay.
8 naira. 1974. I was with a man before I got married. Then when I got married, I now told my husband, I cannot sit down doing nothing. No. The uncle that was working in UBA, he said that somebody is looking for a typist. He said I should go for interview there. When I got there, the man employed me, which is a motor company.
Okay.
I was with them.
How much was your salary then? Because I know the first salary is 8 naira. I'm sure it would have been better by this time.
He still say it, what to do. He said, I will increase it. I said, okay. I said, 12 naira. I said, okay. I started working. In 76, I got my first son. And I sit down. When I resumed, he didn't pay me. I said, well, let me. Then he now employ the security man. The security man look at me and say, say, lady, you are very intelligent. So this your work. You are not the type to work in this kind of company. Look for government job. I said, how will I enter government job? He said, don't worry. If they used to buy newspaper, he said, when they bought newspaper and there is an advertisement
for vacancy.
For vacancy, I will apply.
Okay.
Betty who? My husband took he applied. I sent the application into 3 places: Ministry of Agri, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance. I went for interview for finance first, and they replied me. They employed me.
Wow.
That's how, in that, I entered the government job. Then, we are still there. The director will say, no, I will increase your money to 90. Do you know how much government is paying? Do you know 30-something naira? You will pay more than that. I said, no, the closing time, I have a baby. He agreed with me. That I started from Minister of Finance headquarters. From headquarters to Accountant General, they transferred me there. From Accountant General office, they took me to Treasury Department. That I ended in Treasury Department in Benin. Then, from there, transfer came. They transferred me to Auchi. It's a local government. They take me there. I worked there, and I retired.
Wow, wow. I will say congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Because not very many people have that honor and privilege to work and serve meritoriously, to even be alive in the first place, and then to also even retire, you know, such a very glowing way. I'll say congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting story. Share with me those values and those virtues that guided you to be able to work, you know, meritoriously and then retire. What are those values? What are those convictions?
Well, I thank God. One of the things that really guide me, I learned many from my elder sister, which I was thinking is punishing me. I never know I'm under training. Any offices that I work, wholeheartedly I work with them. Where the company number 1, number 2 to the government office, I work with them well, and I love my marriage. I love the children, even my husband. To the office I work, I retired, and those things that I put in place, it is not by my power. I see I put them. I value myself. I value my next neighbor. I even to other children, even to the where I'm married to. So there are things I do that one of them was saying it. It's not that you put as a pastor. You have been a pastor for us the day of my celebration. He said, you have been a woman of God when you come into our compound. So I really place things so that the way many followed it in the offices before you will hear, Mama, I know you are praying, I know you are reading the Bible. I will say, come and join me, come and join me. So I started doing all those things. I got some things that I put in place today that I never shake for anything.
Fantastic, fantastic.
ITV, certainly The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Dion na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma Dion wa na Esama magbeken ne osabo obuyo biton ne baba no ge toni maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na e ma yafe e ma ato e ma agbon oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just Christ no mi afa
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax, after 7 days, was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewa II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
All right, now I know you are very used to the sound there. Of course, you're used to the footage there. Anytime it comes on your television, then of course you know that it is the program this morning on ITV. You're welcome on board. Today is Wednesday, the 19th day of August 2026. My name is Evan Sudokugi. I'm not always alone on the show. I've got my co-anchors. Wisin Marshall is right here with me. Wisin, a very good morning to you.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning right here again. Thank God for the
nice to be with you. The last time we saw was on this program was last week Wednesday.
Last week Wednesday.
Yeah. All right. So we have Mercelina in Lagos too. Pretty beautiful Mercy. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Evans. Good morning, Wilson. Trust you guys are doing good. You look good this morning.
And you too. You look fantastic too. You know. All right, now. So let's start with Mercy this morning. The campaigns, you know, for the presidential election, and of course the National Assembly's election actually starts today. I mean, all those billboards you've been seeing in town proud to now, I don't know what INEC, you know, has been doing, because I understand that the last time INEC put an embargo, you know, from the last election that we had, there was an embargo, but we've been seeing billboards of some presidential, you know, candidates, you know, some parties. You know,
yeah.
You know, so, but today,
exactly.
Yeah, but today it's the official date that INEC says that okay, from now forth you can start your campaign. You know, so you know, I love you know, campaign slogans. When the time comes, I'm going to remember them. The way political parties go with their campaigns and all that. Mercy, let's start with you.
That is actually a discussion from Lagos this morning. You know, campaign commenced today. I mean, it's what all the political parties they've been waiting for. Even though some political parties, I'm not going to mention them, you know, they've already started campaigning, like you said earlier, billboard, you know, here and there. Even though campaign is officially supposed to start today, but we've seen that they've been, you know, campaigning before today. And like I said, I was having a conversation with someone yesterday. I was like, oh, I cannot wait for this election to just come. Let's see who we have and let's just continue life, you know, because even I believe campaign has already started even before, immediately the current president, you know, emerged as the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. From that day, you know, campaign has already started. We've been seeing billboard, you know, even cars. You see people pasting the poster of the person that wants the party they are supporting and the cars and all of that. So what it means for 2027 election, now that campaign has officially started, the opposition parties, you know, they were supposed to meet yesterday. I don't know if it's going to be like they are forming another coalition stuff. So they postponed it again to, I think, August 31st for them to meet. So somebody was like, okay, if they're meeting August 31st, are they going to pick one person, which we know is not going to be possible. And a lot of persons are saying for the opposition party to be able to, you know, unseat the ruling parties, just for them to come together, you know, to bring one person that you represent us and we're going to, you know, support you. But I'm pretty sure that will not happen. But I do not know what they are meeting for, but according to them, they want to meet again, this G100 something, they want to meet again, you know, again, to talk about the forthcoming 2027 election. So, I mean, from today, it's going to be, you know, now that is officially, the INEC has officially announced at the commencement of campaign, we're going to see more of the billboard, more of campaign, more of the slogans that you just said. So basically from Lagos, that is what we're talking about today, commencement of the campaign.
All right, so we also have Abuja. Oguntume is right there. Good morning, Tulu. Nice to be with you, Tulu.
With you, wonderful people this morning right there, and I listened to some of your discussion right there. And also not forgetting that in the Federal Capital Territory, we'll definitely be taking a look at the recent flooding, or some call it flash floods right there, recorded in some parts of the Federal Capital Territory, and the recent decision taken by the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, stating that all houses on the waterways or buildings will be demolished. And that has also been generating a whole lot of reaction, because there has been a series of accusations against the minister of giving permits to building in some of the waterways. How did it get to where we are? Has it really affected the original master plan of the Federal Capital Territory? These are some of the things we'll surely be looking at this morning from the Abuja studio.
All right, thank you so much, Tulu. Now back to Benin. We're seeing today, starting from today, we're going to be seeing different campaign paraphernalias. You know, now I don't want to mention name, just as Messi and I started this morning. You know, we understand that a certain party, you know, at a time in this country had to be sharing underwear to females.
Underwear, yes.
You know,
that was the height of it in the northern region. But if you take a look at what Abuja really want to talk about, that's really caught my interest. Flash flood in Abuja, and Wike was like, you know, talking really tough, saying no matter whose ox is God, if your building or your house or your complex is blocking waterways, it will go down. Remember, this is going to come with a backlash, as saying people will be like, are you becoming a politically vicious leader? Because whether you're in my party or you're not in my party, if it's blocking the waterways, you are going. But the question now is, after demolishing those things, perhaps, maybe just perhaps, someone of great importance building is there. Is he going to touch it? Whether if he's from the presidency, is he going to touch that building?
Well, don't try Wiki. You know, don't try Wiki.
Let's keep watching. Now, for the political party campaign that will tee up today, I just keep on wondering, why would you tell you know, people that are coming out to fight for presidency, governorship, you start tagging money, 100 million naira to pay some people, just one billboard. I mean, it's crazy. One poster, 100 billion, 150 billion, depends on what you're fighting for.
As far as I know, because I've been opportune to work with a very high top, you know, government official in Edo State here that is in charge of those billboards. Now, those billboards, most times, they are privately owned. They pay revenue to government.
Wait.
You know, so I think before you blame the billboard,
oppositions are beginning to cry that this is able to stifle them. Are they going to charge the same amount for people with the same political party? They won't do that. Maybe now I am ruling a state. I belong to the PDP. I'm going to do one or two things to waive some tangible amount of money from all PDP candidates. If you're an APC, you'll be in trouble. And the reverse is the case. If I'm in charge, I'm an APC. If you're an APC, I want to maybe outwardly give me 150 million. But even when you're dropping 20 million, if you're going to drop at all, an opposition must pay the complete amount of money. does it encourage fairness?
Anyway, in case if you have that situation, maybe you are a candidate, you have that problem, please bring your political adverts to Independent Radio and Television. we put them on our television. We'll put them on our mid-news.
In our main news, before news,
and they are seen
after
globally,
news.
they are seen worldwide. We'll put them on radio for you, irrespective of the number of slots. If you bring 1 million slots, we will pull them for you.
Now, what if states that don't have private stations? What then?
No, I'm talking about ITV. You know, because as far as I know, ITV, you know, reaches all nook and cranny of Nigeria and even of the world. So please, for political parties and for candidates, if you know it's kind of expensive for you to put your billboard somewhere, I mean to put your political poster somewhere in town, anywhere, please bring it to Independent Radio and Television, put it on our television. We'll be ready to do justice to that. We'll put them, and you will never believe what we will do with your campaigns.
Of course,
and it will reach those electorates of yours.
So what if right now you are in a state that doesn't have a private station? Maybe the media outfit that are owned by government. What will you do?
Yeah, that's why you have to bring it to ITV. Because if you bring it to ITV, it will be seen everywhere.
Evans, you're not getting my point.
Okay, let's say, I doubt we don't have states that don't have private stations in Nigeria.
There are some that don't have.
Okay, that's why you still need to bring it to ITV. Because
if you bring it to ITV, definitely. But no, opposition, they are crying, saying, look, it's not fair. 150 million for presidency, 100 million for governors. It was the Federal Capital Territory, yes, governed by Ian some wicked that really started this. All that governor also, is he from the south or south is forgotten? He's following the same dance, saying that, look, for you to come paste your billboard or your posters, you must pay 100 million, not for some million. To the government of the day.
Anyway, like I said, and I'm still saying it, bring it to ITV. We'll take them, and of course, at
a cheaper rate, you know, not up to 150 million.
Yeah, at a good rate, you know, at a good rate. Yeah. Let's leave it there. So we'll do them for you, and you'll never believe what we can do with your political jingles, your adverts, and all that. Now, away from that, now in Benin this morning, we're going to be looking at two key things. First and foremost, we have a new speaker in the Edo State House of Assembly, so we're going to be setting agenda, the tax before him. You know, let's see, maybe if there are lessons to be learnt from the ousted speaker, or there is a way that this new speaker, talking about Yekini Ediaye now, that there's a way he's going to make a difference from what we saw in the past, you know, administration of the past speaker, Blessing Agbebako. Then, of course, that's one. Then also, today is World Humanitarian Day. I mean, a day to remember humanitarian crisis victims, you know, various nations that are in war. You talk about Iran, you talk about Iraq, and of course, you talk about Iran, you talk about US, then of course, you talk about Russia and Ukraine and all that. Yeah. So today is the day that the United Nations has set aside for, you know, victims of this war. Then most especially those that promote humanitarian issues, you know, today is also day to remember them. So we're going to be doing some great talk today around that as we move on. Wilson.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at the speakership also, so to speak. You get to hear from our speaker, right, Honorable Blessing Agbebako, was saying he did it because of peace. He wants peace to reign. That doesn't want anything to distort the workings between the executive and, of course, legislative arm. Now, that is from his own angle. But from this new speaker, it's like saying that, look, they're going to investigate it from our speaker. That means something really happened. Maybe they are not coming out to tell the populace or those citizens what transpire, even the global viewer. Nobody is saying anything, but he's saying that there must be an investigation. Investigation to what? Of what? Talking about funds, talking about means operation of funds. Is that what this is all about? Is it about money? Now, that's a question people have been asking. Why would a speaker be twisted, or let's say given an option, face impeachment or resignation?
Anyway, the way he left is still very, very much controversial. Some say that he resigned, while some say he was impeached. All that we know is that
he resigned. But he was given an option, two options. Yeah. Either you resign or you'll be impeached.
Anyway, like I said, in any case, I love the way the gentleman, I mean, Blessing Agbebako, the way he has accepted. I've been opportune to read his acceptance speech, you know, and he has actually sued his supporters to just stay calm. I mean, accept. I mean, he's for development as far as it's concerned. Edo State has to move forward. So if we are saying that a new speakership is needed now, so be it.
But did you read also the comment credited to the new speaker?
Anyway, time will tell. We'll take a short pause now so that we bring the motivation, the corporate trainer, you know, motivation in a way, but above it all, he is a corporate trainer, Inuagata Nusakhai, on board this morning. Please stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to this segment of the program. This is Inuagata Nusakhai, your amiable corporate trainer. And in the School of Leadership, the focus of the affiliative leadership style is on ensuring that there is team harmony, ensuring that everyone is having fluid collaboration in the team, ensuring emotional well-being in the team. So at the end of the day, the affiliative leader is a people come first leader. The affiliative leadership uses the people come first template or model to ensure that there is team harmony, there is trust among team members. And at the end of the day, such a leadership model, a leadership style, which is the affiliative leadership style, is very useful when it comes to resolving conflicts. When you want to achieve team bonding, is very helpful in that regard. That is why this morning we are also going to look at a case scenario in the focusing on the police institution to see how an assistant commissioner of police applied the affiliative leadership style to resolve a conflict between a superintendent of police or an assistant superintendent of police that held different specialist units in the police force. You know, it is very important that, you know, in our security architecture, in our security institution, we are able to ensure that there is strong leadership. And that is why this morning we are still continuing this trajectory. The case scenario we are looking at, remember, first of all, remember the umbrella topic is different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. Different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. And this morning we are practically looking at the affiliative leadership style, which is a leadership style, like I said, that focuses on ensuring team harmony, ensuring that there is trust among team members. Very useful when it comes to building team bonding, ensuring team bonding, and also very useful when it comes to resolving conflict. And the case scenario we are going to look at this morning is the one that actually involves applying the affiliative leadership style to resolve conflicts. Very important. So the title of the case scenario is how the Assistant Commissioner of Police used affiliative leadership style to resolve conflict between two specialist police units. I'll take the title again. The title of the case scenario we are discussing this morning, how the Assistant Commissioner of Police used affiliative leadership style to resolve conflicts between two specialist police units. Very important. Now I go straight into the case scenario. Tension reached a boiling point in the State Police Command when the Tactical Operational Squad and the Anti-Kidnapping Unit clashed during a high-stakes joint operation at a boundary town. The dispute began when officers from both teams refused to take orders from each other, claiming their respective unit heads held primary jurisdiction. The disagreement escalated into a bitter power struggle between the Chief Superintendent of Police, CSP, heading Tactica, and the Superintendent of Police, SP, leading anti-kidnapping, stalling operational efficiency and threatening public safety along the border corridor. Recognizing that rigid disciplinary measures would only deepen resentment, the Supervising Assistant Commissioner of Police, ACP, deployed an affiliative leadership style focused on restoring harmony. That is the focus of the affiliative leadership style. Focus on restoring harmony, mutual respect, and emotional well-being. That is the focus of the affiliative leader. That is the focus of the affiliative leadership style. It is focused on ensuring that harmony is restored, there is mutual respect, there is emotional well-being, there is team trust. Now look at this case scenario, the problem situation, whereby two different specialist units in the police command of a particular state were at loggerheads as regards the command to obey. the unit on the tactical, wants to obey their own, unit leader. The unit on anti-kidnapping wants to obey their own unit leader. But they have one goal, and that goal is to make sure that they are able to bust up a crime at the border corridor of that particular state. Now, the Assistant Commissioner of Police had to come in to ensure that, the affiliative leadership model, the affiliative leadership style is applied to see that, team harmony, unity is brought back to, the mission. Recognizing that rigid disciplinary measures would only deepen resentment, the Supervising Assistant Commissioner of Police, ACP, deployed an affiliative leadership style focused on restoring harmony, mutual respect, and emotional well-being. Rather than summoning the officers to stern formal query session, the Assistant Commissioner of Police invited both officers to an informal off-site meeting. He began not by assigning blame, but by acknowledging their individual sacrifices, past operational victories, and the immense pressure both units face daily. By placing people first and validating their professional pride, the Assistant Commissioner of Police lowered their defensive guard. By placing people first, that is, the focus of the affiliative leadership style. It's a people come first leadership model. It's a people come first leadership template. Let me take that again. By placing people first and validating their operational pride, the ACP, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, lowered their defensive guards. He then guided them to express their underlying frustrations and revealing that the clash stemmed from ambiguous operational boundaries and fear of losing credit for successful arrest rather than malice. The Assistant Commissioner of Police emphasized their shared brotherhood and common mission to protect citizens, reassuring them that both units were equally valued by the command. Very key. He facilitated an agreement where both heads co-designed a joint operational framework with clear shared leadership roles for border operations. This relational intervention turned a destructive rivalry into a collaborative partnership, restoring unit cohesion across the command. You can see how the Assistant Commissioner of Police, the supervising leader, for both specialist units, was able to apply the affiliative leadership style, a leadership style that is focused on relational, conflict resolution, not command and control style of leadership, which is ordinarily expected in that kind of, institution. Now, let's see two leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario that you can apply, even in your own sphere, in your own industry, in your team as a leader. Conflict resolution leadership lessons from the case scenario. Number one, heal the relationship before fixing the process. Heal the relationship before fixing the process. When professional disputes become personal, technical solutions fail unless leaders first address emotional friction, mutual respect, and wounded egos using an affiliative approach. Very important. Then second conflict resolution leadership lesson from this case scenario. Reframing competition into shared identity eliminates silos. Silo situation is when teams or individuals just want to work alone without interfacing with other individuals or teams, which is practically not even possible. Reframing competition into shared identity eliminates silos. Effective leaders resolve jurisdictional battles by shifting the focus from individual unit prestige to a unifying, overarching purpose that highlights interdependency rather than dominance. This is what the affiliative leadership model, the affiliative leadership template seeks to achieve, ensuring team harmony, ensuring team cohesion, ensuring team body, ensuring that there is trust among team members, and at the end of the day, we have a fully operational working team. That is what the ACP, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, was able to achieve in this case scenario. I believe that lots of value have been added to you. I know you want to send your questions, your inquiries. Do that through my email, as you have been doing, inuarata@gmail.com, INUAGHATA. That is the email right there on the screen, inuarata@gmail.com. Send your questions, send your inquiries, and then we are able to take the conversation to another level, even outside live studio. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. When I return, I will still be the amiable Inuarata No Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for joining us on this morning on ITV. I am Reselina Unko, and we would be reviewing the papers. The first daily that we would be reviewing this morning is the Daily Independent newspaper, where one of the major headlines there says a 2027 election, Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics. You get that on page 29, where a writer says, tell candidates election should not be do-or-die affair. Another writer says, Tinubu Obi others sign peace accord, Atiku Makinde absent. Amupitan says campaign starts today, warns against hate speech. Another says INEC prepares 1.4 million ad hoc personnel across 176,000 polling units. You get that on page 29 on the Daily Independent newspaper. FCCPC established possible manipulation of Smith price. You also get that on the paper. Another headline there says Wike orders demolition of housing blocking water channels. You get that also on the papers. Rising food prices show Tinubu government has run out of ideas. ADC. You get that on page 7 on the papers. Oshumpul, a delegate debunks claims of any alliances with ADC. That is on page 6. Also on page 6, terrorists killed 23 people in latest attack on Plateau community. That is really sad. And also on page 6, Bank of Industry credits Tinubu's economy reforms for 250 billion naira bond over subscriptions. You get that also on page 6 on the papers. NAS overwhelmed by 14,000 workforce, 3,500 bills in 3 years. CNA, you get that also on page 6. Federal government vows to protect 2027 polls from cyber attack, fake news. That is also on the paper and also on page 6. Federal government, states government, local governments share 3.7 trillion naira revenue for July. Get that on page 6. Do well to grab a copy and go through the Daily Independent newspaper. Let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper, where one of the major headlines on the Guardian newspaper says, candidates party doubts peace accord as election campaign begin. You get that on page 6 on the Guardian newspaper. Tinubu unveils Ogun Food Bank as ADC berate federal government over living costs. You get that on page 3 on the Guardian newspaper. On page 3, also Obi 6 earns to killings as fresh attack claims over 58 lives in Sokoto, Benue, and Plateau State. Also in page 3, 2027, INEC projects over 100 million registered voters to deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff. You get that on page 3 on the Guardian newspaper. Another headline there says, Nalforan sets 45 days deadline for student loan payouts. You get that on page 28 on the newspaper, on the Guardian newspaper this morning. And also South African rejects xenophobic tag as more Nigerians return home. Get that on page 5 on the papers. Federal government, states government, local government shares 3 trillion naira July revenue rises by 658.87 billion naira. That is on page 5. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Also on page 6 is a Kwesili budget tax federal government on 746 million pounds port deal review, fiscal transparency. You get that on page 6 on the papers. And another, okay, that's all we have on the Guardian newspaper this morning. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. One of the major headlines on the Vanguard this morning says, I hurdles before candidates parties. That is on page 5. You would get that. And a writer says 8 states announced 20 million to 200 million permit fees. Another writer says Tinubu Obi Atiku others sign peace accord, vow issue based campaigns. Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics, says election not do-or-die affair. Obi tells voters to reject violators of accord. Another writer says Peace Committee warns against hate speech, violence, fake news. Voters to hit 100 million, INEC begins cleanup of register list challenges. Another writer says to deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff across 176,000 polling units. We are ready for a campaign, Labour Party. That is on the Vanguard newspaper. While still on the papers, another headline there says, trapped in your vehicle, Lagos road turned into extortion jungle. That is really sad. You get it on page 10. Still on the papers on page 19, U.S. lifts 12-year entry restriction on Nigerian vessel. That is on page 19. Okay, still on the papers. 24 killed, many injured in fresh Plateau attack. Women protest killings as 24 victims receive mass burial. Another writer says, Dons leaves Nigerian CPC designation after Plateau killing, says U.S. congressman. Okay, still on there, you get that on page 7. Another headline says, stay away off-cycle elections. Jonathan tells governance powerful politicians. You get that on page 9 on the papers. Branch honorary degree roles face 2-year ban, NUC warns varsity. You get that on page 37 on the papers. Also on page 37, high cost of SMED. FCCPC probes possible price manipulations. That is all the headline on the front pages of the Vanguard newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Let's quickly take a look at the Punch newspaper, where one of the headlines on the Punch newspaper says, presidential election, Tinubu, Obi, others sign peace pact as campaign begins today. You get that on page 2. We're going to be talking more on that on CMI this morning. Okay, Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics. Obi demands issue-based campaign. Talked about that. Atiku Makinde absent as candidates, pledged violence-free polls. Another writer says INEC deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 poll, raises the alarm over misinformation. Okay, that is for that. Another headline on page 19, 36 state budget jump 47% to 40 trillion naira capital spending falls. That is on page 19 on the Punch newspaper. Federal government states council share record 3 trillion naira in July. Salary crisis. This one is on page 7. Salary crisis. NLC warns of fresh health sector strike. You can get that on page 7 on the papers. While also on page 8, off-cycle polls. Jonathan decries governance shows up force. Okay, so on the Punch newspaper, Nigerians pay more for SMED than African neighbors, FCCPC. You get that on page 20. NDLEA nabs alleged cocaine baron fleeing to Paris. You get that on page 4 on the papers. No alliance, Adeleke denies ADC role in re-election. Okay, this is all the headlines on the front pages on the Punch newspaper. Let's take a look at the Telegraph newspaper. The headline is still 2027 general election, fireworks as campaign begins on the New Telegraph. Another headline says, okay, under that, a writer says, G100 opposition minority reps meets at National Assembly, plots Tinubu's oyster. Another writer says, okay, as president govern, NAS candidates canvass for vote. Another writer says, opposition crippled, can't defeat Tinubu. Wiki. Whosoever wins must be declared Yari. Another writer says, security. Political actors will shape process, says federal government, as INEC targets 100 million registered voters. Pardon. Okay, so on the headlines, Dangote Refinery secure $1 billion backing ahead of IPO. You get that on page 25 on the papers. Insecurity, 23 killed, many injured in fresh Plateau attack. You get that on page 6, on page 7, and also on page 29 on the papers. 2027, Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, others sign peace accord. Vow issues-based campaign. That is all on the New Telegraph papers this morning. Let's take a look at the last papers. Let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune papers. This will be the last paper for today. INEC projects over 100 million registered voters for 2027 polls. We've talked about that. That is almost on all the papers. You get it on page 3. Federal government, state, local government shares 3.7 trillion for July. Residents allege rip-off as cooking gas sells for 1,500 naira per kg in Lagos and Ogun State. Osun APC government candidate Oyebamiji calls for calm, raises attack on supporters. Okay, still on the headlines. Off-cycle election, influx of governance, others poses threats to Nigerians' democracy. Jonathan, you get that on page 21 on the papers this morning. And also, we've talked, okay, writers have recalled how Ando's similar trend in Anambra, Ekiti in 2013 and also 2014, and also 24 killed, many missing, others injured in fresh Plateau attack. This is all we've got for you on the papers. The world to grab one or two copy and go through them. We're still on TMI. Would be handing over to Abin in studio for the continuation on TMI. Do stay with us.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, Independent TV, and the program this morning on ITV. Yeah, we'll kick off this morning with our discussion segment from Benin on today, talking about World Humanitarian Day. Well, it is a day set aside on this day every 19th of August of every year for those in charge of humanitarian services to really celebrate and, of course, do some very important observance as they get along their day. Well, today we have a big one here. We're going to be looking at the importance of the day and also talking about things that we need to know as far as humanitarian services are concerned. And we're so privileged to have Evangelist Mrs. Treasure Egbon. She's our guest this morning. She's a women empowerment advocate. Madam, you're welcome to the program this morning.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. And also Wilson Omasho is also there. Mr. Wilson, you're right there.
All about humanity, about being humanitarian and all that. I believe she's here. She's going to definitely answer some of the questions we have to ask. Okay. Welcome, madam.
Thank you so much.
All right, so perhaps we'll just give you a kind of a background information about today. We said that every 19th of August, 20th of every year, set aside to observe this day. And the theme of this year's observance is strengthening global solidarity and empowering local communities. And we understand that attention is going to be focusing on protecting aid workers and also pushing for violations of international humanitarian law to not to go unpunished people, and also to deal decisively with all those that have been found wanting in one way or the other to have committed humanitarian offenses. I mean, take for example, when I think it was Russia and Kuwait started the war. We understand that
Russia, Ukraine started Ukraine.
Yeah, we understand that there was a facility for children that was blown up. So people like that are supposed to face you know, what we refer to as
even Israel, Hamas also, they have similar issues. Yeah. South Sudan, North Sudan, know the story so well.
Anyway, to bring it down, when we talk about humanitarian services, basically we are talking about reaching out to the less privileged in the society and all that and all that. All right, so madam, as we start looking at today's observance of World Humanitarian Service Day, what comes to mind readily?
Okay, thank you so much. When we talk about humanitarian, we mean people that work in order to help people, lifting them out of poverty, creating an avenue for them to take absolute control of their life by giving them independency. That is lifting them from being dependent, giving them the right resources made available otherwise in order for them to live a good quality life.
Right now, if you take a look at it right now, that seems to really have one or two things to do with money. You must have the financial muscle to lift others out of poverty, to assist them, people that are in war-torn zones. Some are saying that the war we are fighting right now in Nigeria is a war against poverty. So how do you intend doing that?
Yeah, like I said before, that's where an NGO comes in. Like my NGO, what do we do? Enoge and Fans Empowerment Foundation. We come in, go look into the person's story if the person genuinely needs help, because there are some people that does not need it. They'll just come and meet us, make stories that are not even real. So we go through their stories, we'll come in, we'll put our resources together with the help of our fans, and then we'll see what we can do for them.
All right, I don't want us to play down on the name of your NGO. Let's just talk general.
Okay.
All right, what you've done so far, Evans.
All right, so basically you've given out the basics of what humanitarian services is all about. So let's look at how you think that this laudable gesture should be celebrated or observed today. Because a lot of humanitarian persons are watching out there. They probably don't even know that today is World Humanitarian Day. So on this kind of day, what do you think an average humanitarian should be thinking about?
Okay, what an average humanitarian should be thinking about is giving back to the society from the little you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for you to be a humanitarian, it's not just thinking about yourself alone. That's, you have to have the mind of giving back to the society from the little you have. You don't have to have the world for you to be able to do that. From the little you have, you can give back to the society.
Now, some people like, if you want to give up the little that you have, are you not going to starve? Won't you get hungry because of the little you have? You want to go out?
You won't starve because you don't give what you don't have.
The reason, but from the little that you have, if I have little, I wouldn't want to give you. I'd be like, if I should give from the little I have, I will starve.
Categorically, when we talk about little, that doesn't mean the one remaining with you, it will not be enough for you to live with.
Leslie,
yeah.
Thank you for that clarity. Now,
Thank you.
How do you know these people? Do you have a database where you get to know the names, the families, what to do? How do you go about collating this set of people?
You know, in our economy, these people are not really hard for us to look for. Because in the society we live in today, they are everywhere. People really need help. People are going through a lot. In your community, your street, your environment, your church, you find them there. Yeah.
I was going to ask that question too.
They are everywhere.
Yeah, just to support Wesley's question. The biggest challenge in our society today is to really know who to give what to. We thank God that you are a wife of a pastor, a renowned pastor in Benin City, Reverend Egbo, and also from your own experience, thank God that you said that you have a foundation that is into humanitarian services. Yeah. Now, for your own experience, one of the greatest challenge that you may have is how to identify who should need this. Now, a lot of times we've seen a situation whereby people pretend a lot. They really don't need those things. Yeah. I mean, most times we go on news reportage and we see a situation whereby some women lie. They tell you that they are widows and all that, whereas they have support somewhere. So in that kind of situation, how do we really identify that these are the target audience, these are the target people that should need this kind of aids and services?
Okay, like I said before, I made mention of people not needing help and they come and give you fake stories that are not existing. So what do? We jot down their story, We make research, we research about them, we ask questions, we go to their vicinity, we go to their neighborhood, we ask questions, we make sure that there are other parties that are witness to the story that we've written. That's how we know if they are genuine or not.
So you go and investigate these
We
people.
investigate them, yeah.
Okay.
Wow,
All right, so let's try to take it a little bit higher now. Now, you see, for the purpose of this discourse this morning, when we talk about humanitarian services, somehow we tend to bring it down, talking about giving aid to humanity and all that. But on the global scene, humanitarian services really has to do with persons that put their life in front for others. Take, for example, some humanitarian aid workers in societies that are riddled with war. Take, for example, like what is happening in Iraq, Iran, and what is happening in
you talk about the Red Cross, all about Israel, Hamas, but the Red Cross, these are humanitarian outfits.
Yes, so people like that most times, they do have challenges. In the process of trying to give help to the needy, they themselves are affected. So how do we really help those kind of persons when we come across them?
Okay, you mean those that are affected?
Yes.
Okay. You see, this humanitarian service, there are lots of people that have actually lost their lives while trying to help others.
Yeah.
So I think what they just need are words of encouragement, support, and prayers. Yeah.
Words of encouragement, support, and prayers.
Society celebrating them like what we have today, recognizing them that what they are doing, we know, we support them, we appreciate their services.
That is for the Red Cross. But you don't feel that if you should add money or food items or give them a source of employment, don't you think that will go a long way?
Yeah, of course, it will. It will.
And do you do that?
Yeah, we do.
You give them employment.
We do, yes.
You give them food.
Yes.
And money.
Yes, of course.
Interesting.
Any own organization?
Yeah, we pay fees, we pay hospital bills for the less privileged that are sick and they are not able to pay their bills. Women that just gave birth and they're able to discharge themselves, we buy baby things for them, we discharge, we do a lot of things.
Okay, one of the ways that it looks as if that humanitarian services is suffering a kind of a setback in Nigeria is the genuine intention of even the practitioners, because I mean, in era whereby joblessness is everywhere, you find people into NGOs and all that. Now, there are reasons to believe that some persons probably flout this, NGOs to kind of get themselves engaged and all that. So that is a major challenge. That's why, as we speak now, most NGOs, they seem to be grounded, because most of these Western nations that grant this aid somewhere, they now know that, okay, you're using this into a richer pocket. So if we find ourselves in that kind of situation, how do we get about it?
Then go through their data, see what they do. See if they are really giving back to the society as they claim. Yeah, investigate them too.
Like your own NGO, are there checks and balances?
For now, no, but we're registered with CAC.
Okay.
Yeah, we're registered.
All right, well, I don't want us to play down to our own Nigeria, the consequence of that. But let's take a look at it from a good perspective. Some of the opinion that some of these persons that normally give help or tend to help the less privileged, they have something to gain. They're doing it to have an edge to get more money from the population, from the government via the support thing. What do you feel about that?
I don't know about them, but I'll only talk about my foundation. Like we are not getting any help from the government.
Let's be careful with that, your foundation.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just go on.
What we do, we just come together within us, see what we can put together within ourselves. We are the one.
So you put your heads together.
Together within our team. We are not really like our team, our fans. That's what we do. We and our fans. We are on social media. So we come together, put our hands together, give back to the society on live stream.
The live stream.
On live stream, that's how we operate.
Now, do you know someone like Evans can get involved with that by giving out to the less privileged in the society? After all, he's a big boy. So you know, humanity.
We'll be looking forward for you to join us.
All right. So, what is really your target audience? Because when I read through your designation, women empowerment expert. So for the fact also that you are a wife of a pastor, so I begin to think that maybe you are kind of tilted more towards the women. So from your own experience, what is really your target?
Okay, we don't help women alone, we don't segregate.
Okay.
So women, men, youth, children, that's what we help, that's who we help. So our main objective is reaching out to the less privileged in the society, the needy, the less privileged. Yeah, that's our main target.
Okay. All right, so we'll just take a short break now. Don't forget the program is still this morning on ITV, and we're looking at World Humanitarian Day. And our guest this morning is Evangelist Treasure Egbo. We'll be right back. Just stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. Yes, World Humanitarian Day, we're talking about giving back to the society and of course giving to the less privileged amongst us. Then also those that are in the forefront of fighting for the well-being of others. Today is actually the day to recognize them and of course to give to them. That's what the whole day is all about. I'm promoting to Reverend now. Evangelist Mrs. Treasure Egbo is right here. Now, a while ago, we're trying to look at your target audience, and you said that you really don't follow any particular, set of people. But let us also look at your spread. I mean, NGOs, the spread. Now, most NGOs in our society tend to operate within their confines, within their immediate environment, and that seems to be a major challenge in looking at humanitarian services in Nigeria.
Okay, yeah, depends on the support they are getting from the society. So if they are not, like, their resources is not really enough for them to help the needy, they can't spread far. Yeah, because you spreading far, you must need the resources made available for you to do that. So, like the foundation I belong to, we are branch here.
Just be careful with that.
Yeah,
now.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay, right. So you need resources to spread far.
Yeah, you need resources.
Okay, now what would you say is the major challenge that, apart from financial support and all that, what would you say
the
is
major challenge is the society you are trying to help criticizing you, thinking you are fake. That's the major challenge we are having. Yeah.
You're talking from experience?
Yeah.
So
not appreciating you, not seeing that you are even putting your whole life for them. That's one of the major challenges we have.
Wow. So how do you come about that?
That can hurt, you're not being appreciated.
It really do hurt.
All right. Now, what advice do you have to persons that are involved in humanitarian gestures, trying to give back to the society?
My advice is giving back to the society is one of the best things that you can really do as a human. So they shouldn't give up.
They shouldn't give up.
Yeah, they shouldn't give up. No matter what, they shouldn't give up. They should just continue doing what they love.
Okay, well, let's extend this discussion more, because I've been told that to carry on pending when the next guests come on board. Now, which ways do you think governments can come into humanitarian services in Nigeria? I mean, to promote their cause so that we have a better humanitarian services in our country.
Okay, first of all, I really like our government to checkmate the services first. Let them checkmate the NGOs, the foundations, to make sure that they are real, first of all. Then eventually, when they finally find out that they are real, then they might then not support them. Yeah.
To find out that they are real? So
first of all, they should find out that if they are real, checkmate their activities, what they have been doing, or what they've been claiming they are doing, if it's real. Let them checkmate their activities first of all. Then if they are not real, they cannot then support them.
So in other words,
create a very good avenue for them.
All right. So you're talking about government supporting various donor agents,
checkmating them first,
and to fact check to know if they are really real.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for coming. We'll appreciate your analysis of the particular issue. I just pray that many that have the same heart as you do, that care for humanity, should come up You understand that praise just be that way. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
All right now we want to go for a break. When we return, we'll talk about what is happening and what has happened in Edo State House of Assembly, and of course an agenda for the new speaker. Please stay.
All right, thank you so much. The program still this morning on ITV, and our next discussion this morning is going to be looking at the new Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, who is by name Yekini Ediaye. And of course, one of the information that we are following is that he assumed office on the 17th of August 2026. That's about 2 days ago. And he has previously served as Deputy Speaker from June 19th to August 2020 before he was, impeached, so to say, and now he has returned as the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly. He is from the APC, that's the All Progressives Congress, and also represents at Koko Edo Constituency 1 in 2020. And we are told that he's into several humanitarian services, I should say. Anyway, that's not really the issue. The issue is to look at the tax before him, because we are following from the previous information that we're still gathering around the ousted speaker, talking about Blessing Agbebako. And to do all this this morning, we're so privileged to have a former member of the Edo State House of Assembly and also a one-time local government council boss. I'm talking about Honorable Destiny Ogayerio in Abulele, and he's joining us virtually this morning. Honorable Destiny, very good morning to you. Hello. All right, we're saying so while we get...
well, I'd like to... Destiny, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself. We can see you, but we cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself. Like what you were saying, Evans, you talked about Ediaye, and of course, his antecedents, so to speak, and right now...
Okay. All right, so we have him back now. Honorable Destiny, nice to have you on the program.
My brothers, good morning.
Okay. So you can see that it's very important that we bring you on board this morning. I mean, we're talking about a House of Assembly that you were once a member of, and now that we have a new speaker, to pilot the affairs of the House of Assembly. Now, you're going to tell us how it feels like when a new speaker comes on board against the backdrop that expectations are high. So let's start from the new speaker now, Edo State House of Assembly.
Yeah, my brother, thank you. And Mr. Wilson, I appreciate you guys. And let me use the opportunity to appreciate the platform, that's ITV, for yet another opportunity. You see, we must start from the very beginning. No legislator was elected as a speaker. It is the prerogative of the members that determine the tenure of a member as a speaker. That we must situate that, so that we will not miss the point. You see, the issue at hand is very simple. A speaker is just first among equals. First among equal. That is what it means. The problem where some of us encounter, immediately we step into that speakership, we begin to arrogate ourselves to be in a state of an executive. There is a sharp, distinction or difference between executive and a legislator. When I say an executive, either a president or a governor or a local government chairman. These persons were elected as either a president, governor, or a local government chairman, unlike the Speaker of the House or a Senate president of the Senate. So for you not to begin to arrogate yourself and perhaps equate yourself as an executive, as a god, to begin to behave as governors behave, that's where you run into a mud water with your co-colleagues. That is the gospel truth. And I believe that is what played out here, to be very frank with you. Although there are some other, party or personality issue But I can tell you for a fact, with the costs I have, received and the costs that I put through to the House of Assembly members, and there were some grievances against the former speaker, who happens to be my friend even till tomorrow. The present one, my elder brother Ediai, is to be very frank, is humility personified. Humility personified. I remember the 6 months I stayed, myself and some Mosigo Bright and this guy from Muhon, where at times we just be laughing at him because of the way he behaved. He behaved to us as a seasoned politician, as elder brother, and to crown it as a village man, to be very frank. But I've called him and I've congratulated him. I have equally advised him or told him to lead the house with shame, with his humility, to lead his house with humility. That's the only way he can, conveniently, finish the remaining months of their tenure without any face-off between him and the rest members. So that is it. Hello, sir. Hello.
Where with you?
If you can really hear me now, from what you just said about personalities, people are like saying that this might just be a situation of power play. Do you sense any form of power play that led to the resignation of former Speaker Blessing Abibaku? Destiny, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So please respond to the question.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I know. I said the foundation for his removal. I've said it just now. I said there was a frosty relationship between the former speaker and some members of the house. That is the foundation, and later, gravitated towards, perhaps from the formation of what they would refer to as the Three Musketeers, which I wouldn't want to mention names, who now sold the idea to Senator Modo Bewolo for his removal. So it's a matter of, to be very frank, it's power play. To be frank with you, the House cannot unilaterally, when I say I'm seeing the House as a single entity, unilaterally remove the speaker without the approval of the executive. Let nobody deceive you. I'm a realist. I just say it. Let nobody deceive you. The House, and the members that are listening to me now, they will know that I'm stating the fact. The House cannot remove the speaker without the buy-in of the executive. That's a no fact. Having said that, in going forward, and I think it is time that the Edo people roll out rules for the present House of Assembly members, because we can see that I don't know. Can I speak my mind this morning? Hello.
Please speak your mind.
Yes, because
go ahead.
Professor Patrick's, remember, said we cannot speak the language of a wedding in a funeral. So having given me the go-ahead to speak the language of the funeral in the funeral, I appreciate you guys. You see, it is very, you will see what is happening in Edo State, to speak very justly. That the executive is abandoning the constitutional mandate, or perhaps the electoral mandate that the Edo people that is subject to another debate. Whether it was given to them by the Edo State people is subject. Some said they are INEC, governor, or he's INEC governor. But that is subject. That's not why we are here. Now that he has found himself at the saddle and presiding over our collective patrimony, he must endeavor to carry Edo peoples along, not with selected few, and running Edo State as if it's a court. Those people can no longer, sit akimbo as if they are not, because it has collected patrimony. So the House must sit up and begin to look at the books, because what are the responsibility of the legislator or the House Assembly? It is very simple.
Well, Honorable, I don't know if you heard Evans. It's not good for us to start accusing the governor of in the court.
INEC, at the risk of not trying to hurt you, hurt your flow of expression this morning, but I think we need to say something here. We are looking at the 3 tiers of government. If we say that there's no way the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly can be impeached or removed without the approval of the executive, then of course we tend to beg the supremacy of the 3 tiers of government. That's one statement and one question on one side. But let us look at Yekini Ediaye now. That's the new Speaker. We understand that in 2020 he was also impeached as the Deputy Speaker because he supported an APC governorship, so to say. Now, before now, we understand that he has been one man that has been so critical about projects, about contracts, in the state. As a matter of fact, we understand that oftentimes he has threatened contractors that any contractor that falls short of the specification of job given, that such a contract, will be revoked. Now that he's the Speaker, little wonder whether he's still going to be of that kind of character.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, Mr. Evans.
Yeah.
Is on your first question whether you heard from the SY Speaker that he was forced to resign, or perhaps they told him to resign. You heard? I think I listened to it from ITV platform or WhatsApp platform.
But there are reasons.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else you want me to say, or perhaps what I have said that are wrong, contrary to what the former speaker has said. That's it. See, I know at least I participated for 6 months, but that's not enough grab to say I have enough knowledge of what the do's and don'ts of the. But I can tell you authoritatively that there is no way, because often we've had before now where the House will want to remove some noise left, right, center, gossip left, right, because there was no buy-in of the executive. I use the word executive. It is very deliberate. So it's not as if it's a misplaced. But for now, let's look at it. Let us be very frank. Some of the allegations leveled against the former president, the former speaker, is one, that he refused to confirm one fellow that has one security issue as a result of academic credentials. 2, that he refused to approve the $100 million loan. Then, and the former speaker said, no, I just approved the 100 billion naira loan. I cannot again approve it. That is subject. We are interrogating the gossip that is before the public. For me, at least as a gossip, we are interrogating it. So for me, which is very simple. And the issue of Ediaye, as I have said earlier, Ediaye, anybody in the House can tell you, is very unassuming. To be very frank with you, it's unassuming, because I had a one-on-one with him when we went for a training in Rwanda, and then I concluded that this man is on his own, is in his own world. So that he has been critical, that I have not been following him up. But all I know is a very cool-headed, calm-headed person. I can tell you, among the 24 of them in the House, it should be the most cool-headed person in the House. He's not that ambitious. He's not that ambitious.
All right, mate. Honorable, in course of your analysis, you kept on saying that nothing can happen to the Speaker in the House without the input of the executive. But when this news broke, the governor was saying that you guys should go out there, work in peace and in harmony. The governor never, in any of his comments, when talking about the scenario of this incident, accused anyone of any wrongdoing. So why would you put him in the center of all this?
We see. Were you expecting the governor to come to the public and say that he has a hand in the removal? You see, this is politics. See, there are more to it than meet the eyes. That is the gospel truth. And in the course of all of this, I think the governor, right hand man, though some persons refer to the fellow as a de facto governor. He was fingered to have played a very significant role in the removal of Blessing Agbebaku. I wouldn't want to mention names. He was fingered. I think in the whole, I think about 3 of them.
Honorable Destiny. Now, the new speaker that we're talking about now, if I get my records correct, I said that he was also impeached as a deputy speaker in 2020. That's about 6 years ago. And I think that was when you were a member of the Harlow Chamber. So would you want to say then that it was probably the governor that orchestrated his removal? Honorable Destiny. Honorable Destiny. Okay, I think we are beginning to have some issues there.
All right, I believe that when we establish contact with him is going to throw more light on this. But our colleague in Abuja studio, Tolupa Oguntume, want to be part of this discussion. I believe me, I have 1 or 2 questions to ask Honorable Destiny in Abuja. Tolu, just regarding your question, when we establish contact with Honorable Destiny, you're going to ask him a couple of questions on what is really happening in the Edo State House of Assembly. Honorable Destiny, are you there?
Okay, just before we get Destiny back now, we're saying when we have this kind of situation, you begin to see the politics of the whole gimmicks and all that. Now, I remember in the year 2020, Yekini Idiaye was the deputy speaker.
I remember.
He was removed because it was said that he supported an APC governorship. Okay, Honorable Destiny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. If you can hear me.
Okay, my question. The question I'm asking here is that in about 6 years ago, let us take a short break. We'll take a short break. We'll take a short break. All right, thank you one more time. We sincerely apologize for that break there. The program is still on this morning on ITV, and we're talking about the new speaker that we have in Edo State, also trying to look at the antecedents before now, that gave rise to the new speaker. And Honorable Destiny in Abulile is our guest this morning, and he's joining us virtually. Honorable Destiny, I hope you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay. We started by looking at that Honorable Yekini Idiaye was, removed as the deputy speaker in 2020. That was only 6 years ago. And if I get my records correct, I think that was when you were a member of the Harlow Chamber. Now, would you want to say that the governor then also orchestrated his removal?
See, to be very frank, I was a member of this present House of Assembly. I was removed through the court with the person that believed that my political emergence threats to his continuous political existence. That's exactly what happened. I spent 6 months with the present House of Assembly.
Yeah, but you were a member. You were sworn in, so you remain once a member. So whether you spent 2 months or not, for the fact that you were sworn in, that designation remains with you.
Yes, you see, the issue is simple, my brother. You see, what happened, I must be very frank, there have been a very unpleasant, comments emanating from the Harlow Chamber, within the precinct of the Nauru complex. There have been very unpleasant comments against Blessing Agbebaku. The issue of purchase of Hilosys and what's it called? 570 Lexus Jeep and all of that you only one sat and approve or perhaps give the contract to his crony or cronies. That is what I have gathered. And that of late that he has been behaving like an emperor. That's what I have gathered. I have called them because I called some of them, reasonable number of them, about 7 or 8 of them, and I told them. And I try to remember to refresh their mind because I'm a student of history. That in Things Fall Apart, Egbuefi in admonishing Okonkwo not to have hand in the death of the boy that called him a father, which was Ekemefuna. And they told me that no, that's not from the way I'm looking at it. That's not the angle. That look. That even a member will call a speaker will not pick and he will not return his call. That's why I never wanted to go into all these details. That's why I said just now that he just first among equal. That he should not be behaving as if he's an executive. When I say executive, like chairman or the governor, no, those are delegated. A governor can delegate, but here you must do it yourself. So that's exactly to them what have that has been the foundation. That has been the within the internal squabble of the Nauru complex. They've been saying all of that. So for me, that Ejaye was removed at the time as a deputy speaker, that belonged to whether is it the 7th Assembly, if I'm not mistaken. And now we are now in the 8th Assembly. So that whether the SY governor had a hand in it and all of that, I'm not privy to what transpired then. You know, I know I'm a student of history, but I will not dabble into what happened at the 7th Assembly. I want to be very frank. The issue at hand to what I'm saying is it is very simple. The House, the members can decide to change the leadership of the House at any given time. At any given time, we must have this. Yeah. You see, the problem some of us have, once we assume office, we begin to act as if we are running a monarchical system. When I use the word, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm with you.
Yeah, when I use the word monarchical, a monarchical system is a lifetime. For instance, with utmost humility and simplicity, with due respect to our palace and the Oba Atokbe, he said, it's a lifetime. But some of us, once we assume office, knowing fully well that it is tenure, it is time bound, we begin to act as a demigod. That is the problem. So we allow the office to become our sense of cognitive, reasoning, and that's what has played out here.
All right, now let's away from all this now, because it's a political matter. There's no doubt about that. But let us be able to look at the issues. Let's see, so that we don't run into similar problems. Now, if you look at our topic this morning, it's looking at the new Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, and of course the tax before him. So that's why we brought you on board. I mean, as a former member, we understand that you have some good experience as it relates to legislative matters and all that. So let us look at the tax before Yekini Ediaye. I mean, there's a proverbial proverb now that when you beat the first wife with a cane, then of course she laughs. The junior wife laughs, not knowing that it will still get to her turn. That's just the one side. So the tax before Yekini Ediaye now, Honorable. So what do you think Ediaye should do? How do you think he should go about his leadership so that he sets himself different? I mean, he makes a mark as the new speaker.
That's Right Honorable Ediaye is a man of simplicity and is very unassuming. I have since admonished him to continue in that light. First thing first, he must lead the House with humility. First thing first. And again, the task of coordinating the House is very paramount. I can tell you for a free, before the change of pattern, there have been a disjointed House. I can tell you for a free. For a free, there has been a disjointed House. All the task before him now, the first thing, before launching out, to begin to interrogate the executive, he must first of all coordinate, form a formidable front to put the House in order. Otherwise, what befell the former might as well in the very near future might be his lot. That is the gospel truth.
Are you talking about sharing the money equally, or what are you really talking about? Because right now it seems it's all about the money from what you said. One buying hay-logs without giving anyone in the house. Is that what you're saying right now?
No, Wesley. What I'm saying, I said something just now, that even some members, they complain that even when they call speaker doesn't return their call. They were voted. See, they are all equals. That's my point. They voted him as a House of Assembly member, not as a speaker. He's just first among equal. So you must wear that toga of being a very humble and humility. That's the only way you can win the member. That's why I started. But I'm not talking about sharing the money. You see, let's not be very serious. Let's put it this way. You see, there is a way. Winston Churchill once said there is a way you will tell your enemy to go to hell. There is a way you will tell him or her. He will ask for a direction. There is a way you will tell him or her. He will ask for a direction without asking you a question. Winston Churchill, a great diplomat, said there is a way you communicate to your enemy. He will ask for a direction. Go to hell. He will ask for a direction. That's the point I'm saying. You see, when you are humble, when you have this humility, unassuming, the people will fall in. And whatever you see, it is very infectious. Humility is very infectious. It's not what Davido did. For me, I followed. I tried to use Davido. I followed Ademola. I did what I did for Ademola because of Davido. I've not met Davido. In my house, it's all Davido songs. What I'm saying, humility has a way of opening doors. Even when you are doing wrong, people see it right. That's my point.
So are you invariably saying that Blessing Akpabako was not humane? He was not humane at all in office. Is that what you're saying?
I said the complaints from reasonable number of them. I can tell you two-thirds of the persons there. I have contact even till tomorrow with them. We talk with gist, excepting the one that replaced me. The rest of them, they are all my friends. The rest of them, to be very frank. Even at times, let me say it in the open. At times, some of them will come in, send me your account, and I will do. And they will credit my account. To be very frank, some of them. I'm a realist.
Sorry, I think I have to take, excuse me, Honorable back a little bit. Now, whenever asked about what transpired in the year 2020, about you, because you raised the point that the governor, the executive, quoting of the executive, do have a hand in this particular resignation of Blessing Akpabako. Now, when Evans talked about what happened in the year 2020, you exonerated the governor. You said you don't know. So don't you feel that you're a little bit partial when you talk about this particular issue, generating the past administration and indicting this administration?
And in addition to that, because a lot of persons actually saw Blessing Akpabako as a PDP speaker. I mean, we know where he came from. He was the speaker during the PDP era. And of course, when APC came on board, he left the PDP and joined the APC. But a lot of persons saw him as a PDP speaker. So needless to say that one day he was going to be removed. So don't you think that that is what eventually played out?
Mr. Wishing and Evans, Wishing,
yes.
Don't misconstrue me. What I said, it was very simple. I said I don't have the needed information to speak on what happened.
How come you don't have the information that happened 2020, but you have the information right now saying the executive have a hand in it? Some of it that you're a little bit partial. That's what many people will say right now in this context. You were in the government, and now you are not in this government. You are saying this executive do have a hand in what happened, but in your own term, you don't have information.
And in 2020, you were in that government. You were a local government chairman and also a member of the House of Assembly.
Yes. I was a local
what I was saying,
but not as a House of Assembly member. Let us be very sincere. I was watching from afar, rather than I was a participant. It's a two different thing. Why am I communicating with the House of Assembly member? Because I was once one of them. That's why they can trust me. They can let me into some of the happenings in the house. That is the gospel truth. Once a member is always a member of the house. That is what it stands. That is why when the member, God forbid, that comes, they will take him or her back to the house.
Anyway, Honorable Destiny, I wouldn't want us to drag this, because the more you said you were a member, you're not a member, because if you're in the house, you have more information. Now you're out of the house. Anyway, let's just leave that for now. Let's leave that for now. Now, talking about drawing a path for Idiaye. Now, he's not new in the House. He's been Deputy Speaker, doing peace. He came back again as a Speaker. What do you think he should do differently? I talked about sharing the money, because that seems to be the waivers, or will I say the kind of response we are hearing from outside. Though we don't go by rumors as broadcasters, but they say there's no smoke without fire. Are you saying be humble, split the money equal halves, do what the governor says, or else, according to you, right now, the three musketeers, they'll give you a knock? Is that what you're saying, Honorable?
Yeah, we see. There's no way you rule out not sharing well. I use that word deliberately, not sharing well. I refuse to use the appropriate one. There's no way you rule it out, because all of them, no one is more, a house member than the other. It is the gospel truth. But there is a place of a speaker in terms of, sharing. There's a
Honorable Destiny, you just hold on. I can't hear you. We need to go for a break. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back, please. Let's go for a break. Let's go for a break.
All right, thank you so much. The program still this morning on ITV, and it's going to be a kind of a long one. There's no doubt about that. We're looking at the new speakership of the Edo State House of Assembly in the person of the Yekini Idiaye, who just assumed office only 2 days ago. And Honorable Destiny Oga Yirio in Abulele is our guest this morning, and is joining us virtually. Now, Destiny, you're there.
Yeah, Mr. Evans, I'm here.
Okay, so Wilson raised the question. I asked that a while ago, and he kind of turned it around and asked the question again, that what should Yekini do differently?
Yeah, Mr. Evans, I'm okay with Destiny, without you adding Mr. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Leave the honorable aside. I'm okay. You see, the issue is this, it's very simple. I started by saying that there's already a fragmented house. We must start by bringing all of them, giving them the assurance, of doing things differently, and begin to build the confidence of members by way of them believing in him and taking them for a training on how to interrogate and be the watchdog of the society, of the executive. Because what are the responsibility, roles and responsibility of the legislature? It's simple: to enact law, bills, initiate, do oversight function and all of that. But as we speak very just now, and we say they are doing all of this. Some reason majority of Edo people will say in their affirmation no. They will say they will tell you no, to a reasonable number, and they are right, because if you look at certain things that are emanating from the state, vis-a-vis from the executive, if they put their feet on ground, ordinarily, they won't have been. Let us ask, when last did they conduct a town hall meeting? As a town hall meeting, when last, as a legislator? And one of the duty of a legislator is a town hall meeting. I remember the 6 months I spent in the house. I had my town hall meeting October, to be very precise, of that year, 2023. And as Hello Chamber, well, as they invite the public to come and listen and communicate to the public. But they ought to have a section like that where they interface as a group, interface with the Edo people, outlining their achievements, or rather their challenges, and carry the Edo people along. But over time, they've not been doing them. I don't think I don't think so. I don't think so. So for me, it is simple. Even let's look at it this way: Blessing Agbebako has done well. A man that transited from another political platform to another platform and retained for by November it will be 2 years. So we must give him his flower. We must give him his flower. So for me, there's no bad blood, to be very sincere. Blessing was my friend and is still my friend. This present one is my friend.
All right.
So for us,
well, Destiny, our colleague in Abuja, Tolu Oguntume, would like to ask you a couple of questions. All right, Tolu, you have the floor.
Yeah, really interesting talking about decision taking. I don't want to say realigning of political interest. But right now, with Yekini Ndiaye coming on board, will it not just become a rubber stamp speaker? Just what the ruling government want. They found somebody who dances to their tune and caprices at every point in time. Is that not what we're going to experience in the Edo State House of Assembly now?
Yeah, my brother. Good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you.
I want to ask you a question, and I know that will answer the question. Can you tell me any House of Assembly, State House of Assembly, even the National Assembly, the reps and the Senate, are they not yes men and yes women to the president? My brother, we don't have that complete independence. Let us be fair. I'm a realist. There are no complete independence across board, the length and breadth of this country. They don't have the independence. And there is no way any speaker will emerge without the buy-in of the executive. I'm able to say, I will stand before our Lord Jesus Christ to say it. Take it or leave it. Let nobody bamboozle us that blah, 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 blah. That's his theory. It is academical. So for me, yes, what we've experienced in the time past, and we believe that the Nigerian people and the Edo people will begin to ask the necessary questions by way of interrogating the persons that represent us. A legislator is not an executive. A legislator is more of a practical. Executive is more of a theory. If you ask me to explain, I would definitely explain. Because to be a legislator, you are the mouthpiece of your constituent or constituency by way of bringing your constituency to the limelight, either at the national level or at the state level, and project, marshal their needs, and be able to romance and get the buy-in of other reasonable members so that you have your way. That is it. But unlike that of the executive can delegate duties. But as a legislator, you cannot delegate duties. You must stand in the floor of the house to convince your members that this is what my constituency wants. But oftentimes we have the cost of, getting the never do well, according to one of my English teachers in the secondary school, to represent us, who cannot speak, who cannot put words together to convince each of our members to support his programs and policies. We've had courses where in the National Assembly, there's some I saw yesterday. I've not seen them in TV, talking to Nigerians or perhaps, telling Nigerians what his constituency wants. That's the problem we find ourselves.
Okay.
And for us to get it right.
All right, you mentioned constituency projects. Like what you said, that there's the conventional media, and of course there's what some persons refer to as the bush media and all that. All that matters is that we get the right thing, on board, so that we can carry the public along. Now, some of the rumors that may have worked against Blessing Agbibako is that his 2 years were really not productive in his constituency. I mean, where he's from, that his constituency projects are nothing to write home about. I mean, you said a while ago that he did 2 years, almost 2 years, that if there's anything you have to praise him for, you praise him for that. And for the fact that he also transited from a PDP government to an APC government. Even with that, he couldn't really, impress on his constituency projects back in his constituency.
Yeah, Mr. Evans, what I said, it's not 2 years. I said he has almost done 2 years with this government.
That's what I said, yeah.
Before now, put together, it's about 3 years plus. It's 3 years plus now. By June next year, it will be 4 years. So for me, he has tried. We must give him his flower. That he has not represented his people well. I think the people, permit me, they are just being economical with the truth. They are just being economical with the truth. I have friends from his local government. I have friends.
Is that not a constituency where we heard that for the past 4 years? I mean, like for the past 4 years, there has been no power. I mean, this may be an oversight function, though, but for the past 4 years, the constituency has been cut off from the national grid.
Evans, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You see, the issue of power, the executive the legislator doesn't have power over the electricity. We can summon. When I spent 6 months there, I remember on several occasions we summoned BEDC. Several occasions. I'm using that word. Several, not once, not twice. I understand that he has even in his constituency solar lights, according to the local power, Sarah, is plenteous, and he has saturated everywhere with solar lights. So for me and many others, that you can't. In terms of human power, human employment and all of that, blessing to some extent has given some encouragement to his constituency.
Thank you so much, Honorable Destiny. I think we are pressed for time right now. Evans,
thank you so much. So we will wrap it up here, and we just pray for the new speaker, Yekini Ediaye, and so that it will be a case of a repeated issue as we move along. Now, thank God that the governor has been able to step into the issue, and he has urged the new structured assembly to set aside personal issues and personal differences so that they can actually prioritize on constituency projects. All right, so we anchor this discussion here this morning so that we can join Messilina Onko in Lagos, and they're going to be looking at something very special this morning. Please stay tuned.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on ITV this beautiful morning on TMI. And of course, our guest this morning that would help us talk about this topic, Chuks Emeka. Hello, good morning.
Thank you for bringing me on. Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining. Okay, so this morning we're about the 2027 presidential campaign season officially begins today, and then the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has set today, Wednesday, August 19, 2026, as the commencement of campaign, the 2027 presidential and national elections. The elections are scheduled for January 16, 2027. That means political parties and candidates now legally begin public campaigns, rallies, and other activities for presidential and all legislative. The campaign period will run until January 15, 2027, with campaign required to stop at least 24 hours before election days. And we have some key opposition parties, which is the sitting president, the incumbent president representing APC, Atiku Abubakar, ADC, Peter Obi, the opposition, Makinde, NDC, and all of that. We have other contestants also, and also political landscape remain highly competitive, but the opposition is still struggling with questions around unity. Its major figures can agree on strategy. This Association Press report, this fragmented opposition could benefit president's election prospects. Some of the opposition parties, they were supposed to meet yesterday, but they posted the forthcoming election. You know, they did coalition work. We don't know what their plan is at this time. And some presidents are saying that come together, the opposition party come together, you know, pick one person that will help the president. But now that it's like this, we really do not know what happened. The APC says it is preparing a nationwide program, although the party says the fact that the campaigning officially begins today does not mean it must immediately hold rallies on that exact day. Today, is APC deliberately taking its time to organize a stronger campaign, or is the opposition already gaining momentum? All that, Chuks, even though we saw that started since, you know, I mean, officially, but we saw that campaign has started since. Even you see billboard, you know, vehicles going with the candidate. That campaign has, well, campaign is starting today. INEC has come today, you know, the forthcoming 2027 election. What's your take?
Yes, I think this is the time every politician will begin to show their strength and begin to find out how they can be able to galvanize across. It's a for because I also found out that there was a piece that was being a piece accomplished by the Kuka Foundation to get every fund to sign. I think this is the first going to be another one that is going to be the election for the election point that day. Our advocates to everybody, including the party, is to adhere to the rules of the game. No violence. Violence should not be the foot of your campaign. And I have also seen a divided rhetorics being used by some of the, especially the ruling party. Some people are the Anchor Council cannot campaign in their states. These other stocks should not come up. Campaign is for every political, whether it is the APC, whether it is the NDC, whether it is the ADC, whether it is the SDP, everybody should campaign. Everybody has the right, constitutionally, to galvanize votes for the forthcoming election. Nobody should restrict anyone from campaigning. It is against, you don't have the right, whether you are a state governor. I'm also going to talk to the governors used to frustrate other political parties. It's going to backfire. We've seen what happened at the Oshu election. We find out that even with the resistance, we have about 19 governors who were there. We have over 40 senators. We have ministers. We have all the heavyweights came to Oshu State, yet they couldn't win the election. It's to show you that the people are prepared for this forthcoming election. And I can assure Nigerians that this election is going to be one very, very remarkable, because the number of voter turnout in Osun shows that people are really willing to come out to vote. We have about 43% voter turnout in Osun State, which has never happened before. That was the first time Osun was recording that number of voters. People actually came out to vote. Now, it shows that Nigerians are eager for a change. They are eager to participate in this political exercise. They are eager to come and vote. They are able to be a part of the transition going on. So I employ INEC to make sure that every state, everybody that wants to move their voters card, their voters registration from one state to another should be allowed to do that. I ensure proper alignment with the structure so people can be able to get their voters card. If there are infringements on their voters card, all these things should be corrected before time. INEC, you have your responsibility to Nigerians at this moment to make sure you get every Nigerian that is eligible to vote to be a part of this system. With what happened recently, we've seen that people want to vote. The confidence is building. The youths are interested in this political exercise. So I expect a fair play. And I also expect every governor, state governors, to allow every political party to campaign in the state. It is their right. It is not a privilege you are giving to them. It is their right for every contestant, whether it is for the governorship, whether it is for the Senate, whether it's for the presidential, to campaign anywhere. Now, I have some governors are even imposing fees and saying you are going to pay 150 million for blah, blah, blah. Those things are all,
100 million for
all those things are not supposed to be. Campaign period is a time when people interface with the electorate. They show the electorate that, look, this is what we want to do for you. This is what we are going to do if you give me the votes, if you allow me to win. So it's a period of, how will I call it, when a client, when a customer, when a company wants to market their products. So the political parties are marketing their product to the people. You should allow them to do the marketing. You don't have the right to stop them. You don't have the right to start playing games, using fees, using charges, using all kinds of this is to frustrate them. Allow everybody to play fairly.
You know, in the papers this morning, Tinubu warns against ethnic and religious politics. He said, tell candidates elections should not be do or die affair.
If Tinubu has said that, that means he's now beginning to understand that the game has changed, because earlier he said all is fair in politics, that he's going to wrestle with anybody, which I said earlier when I came on this tone, that tone is not a tone of a statesman or a tone of someone who wants a fair election. You should allow people come and contest. Allow people to contest, allow the opposition to show their strength. Even if you feel you can win, it is all a game of chance. Allow people to come and that word he said now shows that he wants a free and fair election. But the truth is, I will employ the opposition not to relax on that statement, because we've seen what happened in the previous elections that have happened in 2023. We also saw what happened in Osun State. It shows that INEC has a lot to do. It shows that also the federal government has much to do in terms of curtailing violence, curtailing vote buying, curtailing people snatching ballot boxes. We saw it happen. This is not, it's not a movie. We saw it happen. I was in Osun. I saw what happened in most of the polling units. So I think the president should use this as a litmus test to show that he's a man of integrity and a man of his word, by allowing a free and fair election in 2027. We saw what Jonathan did. Jonathan allowed a free and fair election. Jonathan would have thwarted the election if he wanted to do it. They had every reason to have said he will cancel this election or remove the elect chairman. But he allowed a free and fair election, and he was voted out, and he quietly left. So the president should toe that line. If you lose the election, go home quietly.
I mean, we saw where the governor of Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke, came out to, thank the president that the election was free, fair, credible, and that democracy prevailed. What would you say about that?
That is what Adeleke will say. Adeleke has court cases. He has a case of local government funds being trapped. Adeleke does not want the case to go to court because they will fight him. Adeleke needed to find a soft landing for himself. Because if he starts to ignore the federal might, ignore the president, he is going to send a message that will make the president and most of the cronies go against him in the courts. We still understand that the courts are still in the hands of the government and the executive at this moment. So he was looking for a soft landing. We also saw that Davido also came on air and countered what he said, countered what Adeleke was saying. Davido said, as far as they are concerned, they have not endorsed any presidential candidates.
Yeah.
And he is angry at the ruling party. The election witnessed about 50 deaths. It witnessed a high level of violence, high level of vote buying. We saw people carrying money to give as much as 30,000 naira for one contestant to vote, for one individual to vote. It shows that there is still a lot that the government and INEC should do. Most of these things should be curtailed. People who are carrying funds, and the first thing, the annoying thing in this election is that while this vote buying is going, I saw police officers standing by and watching. I employed the Inspector General of Police to begin to act on this. Every police officer has the duty of curtailing crime. The issue of carrying money in bundles and begin to distribute is money laundering, for crying out loud. The government should look into this. EFCC should look into this. It is money laundering. The Nigerian police should look into this. Anybody that carries money in bundle and share in election is what we do, is doing what we call vote buying. And vote buying is a criminal offense. So I don't know the reason why the government will look, and these things are on video. We have the faces of these people. These people by now should be cooling their heads in detention cells, waiting for the time of judgment. I don't know why the government is overlooking this thing. So the government, and more especially the INEC has a lot to do. That's why I said last time that the INEC has to show us that they have integrity. Because if they don't show any sign of integrity, people will lose confidence in the system.
So you mean they didn't show it in this Osun election? Because some persons were saying, oh, I mean, Ademola won, the people of Osun State, came out to vote for him and he won, that INEC did a good job. I mean, some persons, though not all, applauded INEC.
The problem with INEC, as far as I'm concerned, is what I said last time. The independence of INEC is yet to be ascertained. INEC is not purely independent. That's the problem we are having with them. INEC is not independent. If INEC is independent, most of the things that we see happening on some of these elections, they will not happen. Because they will bring the law and prosecute every electoral offender. INEC has the mandate to do that. INEC should have a panel or a tribunal or a committee that is structured to prosecute electoral offenders. That should be the mandate. On that, when you see people who commit crime in election, and you have the legal right within that electoral framework to prosecute them, take them to court, and jail them. And this will serve as a lesson, because if by now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in prison for electoral offenses, most people will avoid it. Nobody wants to go to jail and spend 5 years or 6 years in prison just because of vote buying or electoral offenses. So INEC has a duty to be able to show transparency. I don't care what the president says concerning INEC. The question is, we that are Nigerian citizens, is INEC actually transparent? Do they have integrity? We are the ones that to answer that question. But for now, I can't say yes. I can't say INEC has integrity. I can't say INEC is transparent. Another word I can use to define INEC is maybe they are inefficient in executing what powers and the responsibility that is beckoning on them. They have inefficiency. That is what another word I will use to describe INEC at this moment. They are inefficient. So INEC, a lot needs to be done to be able to strengthen INEC and get INEC to be able to work according to the law and work according to the rules of the game. Instead of just standing by and just be an onlooker. INEC seems to be an onlooker in election day. That's one of the final. There seems to be an onlooker. All they do is just execute the election in terms of getting people to vote. What are the other powers vested on them? There are other powers vested on INEC, which is to prosecute electoral offenders. How do they prosecute? They charge these people. They get the police to arrest electoral offenders on that day. Take these people to detention. Seize what else that they have. Now the people are the ones doing it. We saw it on the election day that some people came with money and the people got that from the guy. So that's why I said Nigerians are awake now.
They took the money and actually voted their conscience, some of them.
Sorry?
I said some of them, to the internet to say that, oh, they came and gave us money, we collected the money. And
exactly. So what is there is that they see that if I take money from this guy, the guy does not know who I'm going to vote on that day. I even saw it happen in Lagos during one of the, I think it was the local government election, happened somewhere around Kosovo area, and I saw them. And when they distributed this one, I was just watching, and I said, okay, the guy distributed, when he told the ballot box to vote, now tell me, how do you know who he's going to vote for? So that is the game, that is the dangerous game these guys are playing. Now the people at first are being these guys win. But the truth is that they won't know. If they won't even know who you vote for. Because on that day, in the presidential election, it's a secret ballot. You go there and hidingly vote for who you want to vote for. Take your paper, fold it, and put it inside the ballot box. So nobody sees who you vote for. It's not an open ballot. It's not something that we will not start counting. Oh, this is who I vote. No, it's not it. So Nigerians have a duty now. That is why I said the template Osun showed us is very simple. Vote. Stay on your vote. Wait for that day. Make sure your vote gets to the collation center as it is. Follow the vote government center to the state. Make sure what was collated on the local government is what was sent, what is being sent at the state government. That is the principle that will win a free and fair election. People need to defend their vote. There will be vote buying, there will be irregularities, there will be malpractice, but it will be curtailed to the barest minimum if the capacity and the number of voters who come out stay and defend their vote.
Interesting. All right, INEC has also projected over 100 million registered voters for 2027 poll. The question now is, will these people come out to vote?
The people who come out to vote, people come out to vote. But the challenge, you said the INEC was charged how much?
INEC projects that over 100 million registered voters for 2027.
The number I had last time was 60 million. I don't know if it is
now it is 100 million. Yeah.
Now, if we have 43% of the 100 million voting, we are talking about 43 million people who will come and vote. Now, it will put some on irregularities, and it will also show that whoever wins the election will win it square and fair. Because if the number of people who come out to vote increases, the chances of manipulation decreases. Now, if what happened in Oshu was that maybe we have few people who vote, it is very easy to manipulate it. It is very easy to change the thing, more especially at the State Collation Center. But because the disparity is high in terms of voter turnout, the population is more. People who come out to vote are more. The chance of rigging it become very, very slim. That is what is going to happen in the national election that is coming, the presidential election that is coming. And I know that most of these professors who are going to be collation officers should take note, because the people are going to resist you. They are going to follow you to your houses. They are going to follow you to your offices. They are going to follow you everywhere. If that collation paper is in your hands to submit to the national, let me tell you, you won't be able to go anywhere. If you watch the video in Oshu, these guys use bike. They use the bike and followed the papers down to the collation center. The Nigerian people will resist you. I am telling you, as a professor, you are going to be announced as part of the people who are going to become collation centers. Be careful, because Nigerians are going to resist you. Nigerians are no more afraid, unlike before. Nigerians are going to resist you, and they will resist you strongly. You can't have any side talk during that period. It will not happen. And let me also tell you, most of you, your phones will be monitored. Any irregularity you make will put you in a bad state. So it is wise for every professor, everyone that is going to be a collation officer, to stay and play the game fairly. We've seen Naoti, how he defended it in Abia State. She was a professor and not appointed to come and conduct the Abia State election. Even when they called her to come to Abuja and come and submit the result, she said no, that the law states that that result should be called in the state. And she did exactly that. So we are telling the professionals, play the game fairly. If you need extra funds, to extra money, go and tell the government to pay you your salaries, pay you your money for the service you have done. Free and square. Any other thing beside that, you are going to be putting yourself in a bad situation. So I am appealing to everyone who is going to be a stakeholder in this election to play the game squarely. Whether it is electoral commissioners, whether it is coalition officers, play the game squarely, because they will resist, more especially in the north. The plans are very, very deadly. They will resist you. I don't want to say some things that I don't want to say on TV, but they will resist you. You may not like the outcome, but they will.
Okay, Tinubu as the incumbent president, do you think he currently has advantage over the opposition, party? Because, I mean, he's the incumbent president. Do you think he has advantage over the opposition parties?
Which advantage does he have?
I'm asking.
I don't know. The president doesn't have any advantage. What advantage? The advantage he has is because he's just president. That's the only advantage he has. I said it last time, and I'm going to say it again. This election is a 50-50 for everyone, for the opposition and him. 50-50. If he wins, he will win because he has done well. But so far, so good. He has not done well. We've seen high level of insecurity. We've seen kidnappings. We've seen monies that are squandered aimlessly. Even the U.S. Transparency International recently said that some monies cannot be accounted of. The IMF reported funds unaccounted of, missing. We've seen corruption raised to another level. We've seen people setting up agencies, fake agencies, and collecting money from government. We've seen that the government is not credible. The president has shown that he doesn't have the capacity to rule the country. So this election is a litmus test for him to show whether the people love him or not. Now, if he says he has an advantage, we will see it on election day. That is what we will do. Because if he has an advantage, he would have won the Osun State square and clear. Because the guy who is representing him in the Osun State is also his cousin, close to him. So it could have been fair for him to have won the election, showing that the Osun people, look, I am doing very well. This is what I want to present to you. You know, to sell yourself to the electorate is very simple as an incumbent. What are you going to say? Very simple. I have done this for you. I have done this for you. I have done this for you. And I'm going to do more. The people are going to vote for you. Look at what is going on in Abia State. The whole of the contenders in Abia State are down. Nobody, I don't think anybody will get up to 5,000 votes against OT in Abia State. I don't know where the 5,000 votes is going to come from. Because I was in Abia a few weeks ago. The atmosphere there does not connote that there is an opposition coming. Because the man has done so well. He has done the things that the people want him to do. He has cleaned up a 24 years mess in that state and set the state in a trajectory that it is supposed to go now. Being an industrial hub, he is beginning to set the state in another dimension. That is kudos for him. But he does not need to campaign. If I am him, I don't even need to do anything. I will waste money throwing money for campaign. His work and what he has done is enough to speak for him. Everybody is singing OT in the states because he has done well. Why are they not singing to him everywhere because he has done well? If they are singing for the president and that he has done well, we won't have an opposition. We won't even have a strong opposition. Now the opposition is becoming stronger because the policies and the policy implementation of the government is failing.
Talking about the opposition becoming stronger, we saw that they were supposed to have a meeting, a summit, you know, August 18, which was yesterday, but they postponed it. And I was wondering, because they first had this coalition before Peter Obi, you know, left the party for Atiku Abubakar. And now they are coming again to, you know, have a summit to meet and talk about the forthcoming 2027 election. And I've been thinking, are they actually coming, you know, because I had a guess, or some persons would say that for the opposition party to have a stronger hand, that they are supposed to like come together, pick one person, support the person. But the fact that this person wants to contest, come out, this person wants to be president, Peter Obi wants to be president, Atiku wants to be president, it is going to be difficult for them to pick out one person. But if they, according to them, if they pick up one person, it will be a bit easier, you know, to fight against the ruling party. But now, I saw that they postponed, you know, the summit. They're going to have the G100 summit. They're going to be having to talk about this whole election stuff. And my question is, the fact that the first coalition failed, what do you think about their meeting? I mean, they are going to be meeting few days to talk about the election. I mean, against the opposition party.
Let me be a little bit emphatic. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one opposition, and that's Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. I said it last time. Atiku has not been able to define his position in terms of who is going to be his own VP. The VP thing is still shaky. We've not seen officially whether Amechi is his VP or not. That is by the side. Now, the summit was held in Ibadan last time, and we saw there was a manipulation. That manipulation led to the exit of Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, and they joined NDC, and they began to form. Now, the question I want to ask is, where is Atiku going to get the votes he wants to get? He wants to. I don't understand why people still saying Atiku wants to become president. Where is he going to get the vote from? Who's going to vote for him? Now the question is, the political structure that is threatening the ruling party is a political structure and the combination of Obi and Kwankwaso. I've never seen I'm yet to see Atiku and Amechi come up with any templates on how they're going to win this election. I've not even seen anything. But I am not the one who will say Atiku not to contest. He has every right to contest. He's a Nigerian. Constitutionally, he can contest the election. But the question is, the platform he wants to use to contest, which is the ADC, was a partial platform of the PDP. Now, Wike has destroyed that particular structure. Makinde is holding a particular a structure, one of that structure, which is now turned to APM. The structure they wanted to use for Jonathan seems to not to have any they're not getting signals from there that there's anything going to happen. The structure Wike is managing is under legal tussle. So, do you know that it's even funny? Most people don't want to buy from under Wike's political PDP because they are not sure whether he's this part I'm going to stay. Is he the one that is recognized by the law? So, Atiku, for me, I will advise Atiku as a statesman to gather and put your structure behind at Obi and Kwankwaso and support this thing so that a new Nigeria can be created.
Do you think
that is what I will advise him.
Do you actually
because
think that?
Let me be honest with you. I am close to the two of them, the two parties.
Okay.
I was in NDC before we moved to NDC before we moved to NDC. I know what is going on in these two structures. I know who is the power heavyweight and who is just talking. So it is not about being the president. It's about what are you going to offer now? What are you presenting? Nobody is saying you can't come out just because we have other presidential candidates. We have the SDP. We have presidential candidates from AAC. So we have all kinds of presidential candidates. But the question is, who is formidable enough? Who has now hold? If you look at Obi's structure, Obi has hold in the southeast. So and nobody should take that from him. He also has a massive hold in the south-south. We saw what happened in Benin. We also saw how they are beating up people in Delta State for saying they are going to vote for the presidential for APC. We saw that this south and southeast are close gap. Now in the north, Kwankwaso is trending heavily, pushing this thing to every aspect of the north. Now the question is, even in Atiku's own domain in Adamawa State, the people don't seem to want to vote for him. So the question is, how is he going to do this? And maybe there is a magic one he's going to do, because the election is not about magic one. The election is about structures. The structure he used was the dying PDP structure in 2023. It's no more there. And he had governors then who put their resources, put their weight to support him. Now, there is no governor. There is no existence, because that PDP was so strong that it gave him that number of votes. But now there is no PDP. There is no structure. There is no governors. How is he going to do it? That is the reason why I'm saying, with what I see in the political atmosphere, we only have one opposition, and that is Obi and Kwankwaso. That is the only opposition I'm seeing now. And that is the opposition that is even making people want to come out to vote. To be honest, the why most people, every young person I see that is eligible to vote, and I ask, do you want to vote? He said, yeah, who do you want? They always say it's Peter Obi. Why? Because their heart is there. They see a future from there. They don't see a future from now, because the people are suffering. So they don't see a future. So the future they see is what is in the opposition.
Talking about the people are suffering. Do you think the cost of living now will, influence voters' decision in 2027?
Cost of living influence voter decision everywhere in the world.
Okay.
Everywhere, that is in the US. Immediately the price of bread increases to a certain level during the election period. Mark my words. The price of groceries or foodstuffs increases during the election, during a certain government, an election is coming. It is going to influence how people will vote. You can't take them away from election. Because people, and if you see, Somebody wrote something somewhere, and I see it as sarcasm, but it is true. He said it was the money that APC gave to him that allowed him to eat his rice, gave him energy to enter his bike and buy fuel to go and vote for Adeleke. So it shows you that people are beginning to say, I can get this money from this. Because the truth there is that, let me be honest with you, this money they are sharing at the election, it is the money they were supposed to use to do developments. As at count, close to 7 billion was shared in election day in Osun State. It was 7 billion. Now, 7 billion is enough to build a school. 7 billion is enough to build a health center. Why are they not doing it? Why must it be on election day? In fact, there was a pre-election video I saw. I broke for this country. Somebody packed money on the table. And he was sharing that money. These are bundles of money. My question is, that money is enough to set up a school. That money is enough to, if you go to some of these places where they share this money, most of those places are not even well developed. People are out of school, children are everywhere. Why are they not using it for development? Why is this money kept as war chest for election day? Because election everywhere in the world is one on what you can do, what you have done as an incumbent, what you have done, what you are going to show. Because when you go to election campaign, what are you going to be telling the people? Look at that. You show a screen. This is what we've done. This is what have been done. This is what have been done. Let me do more. That is the way I say it. So why must it be on that day that you bring all the money you have kept for development to go and share to the people? Why? It shows because you don't have a good heart. You are not credible. You're not one of integrity. So the people have seen that if they keep you for the next term, you won't do anything.
So one last word for Nigerians.
My word for Nigerians is that the campaign period starts. I enjoin everyone to be law-abiding. That's number one. And also, support your candidate. Come out and support your candidate as we prepare for the election. Violence is not known anywhere in Nigerian election. It was imported. So I appeal to the governors. I appeal to everyone to allow every candidate, no matter the name of the party, to contest to campaign in your state freely. Give them the venue as far as they have paid for the venue and they have the capacity to pay. Allow them to campaign. Don't send talks. Don't send people to come and distract people to come and fight or shoot guns on election day, on a campaign day. Please, I beg you, allow Nigerians to exercise their rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time,
Thank you.
Mr. Chooks. Thank you, Nigerians, for joining our Lagos studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina Unkwo. You've heard what our guest has to say. You know, go out there, go cast your votes. Remember, your vote counts. And don't forget to vote your conscience. Thank you once again for joining. We're still on CMI. We will be handing over to our Benin Network studio. I am Marcelina Unkwo. Please stay with us. Beautiful Wednesday morning, and it's your girl Marcelina. It's CMI Socials, where we talk about trending stories on social media, and of course to get to hear people's reaction about each story. So there's a video of Wike, Nyesom Wike, Minister of FCT, when he says yesterday that between yesterday and Saturday, the building blocking the waterways in Abuja will be brought down. Some of them are owned by senators and big men who will demolish all the houses found on the water channels, and heaven will not fall. Take a look at the video.
We have gone there and we have seen how people have blocked channels. We have a plan that is the right way where water is supposed to be channeled. People by their positions have blocked it, believing that no. I have told people this in life. That nothing happened yesterday does not mean that something will not happen today. That it did not happen today does not happen tomorrow. Now you have done your own by blocking the water channel, and nothing has happened. Thank God the flood has come. You have drawn our attention to the place. Now something will happen. I'm going to bring those houses down. Any house that's found on the channel water.
Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says, who sold the land areas to them? Same weekend, now he wants to demolish them. Nigerian politicians will stain your white. Interesting. Okay, another user says, we can really understand Nigerian politics and people so well. At least everybody can see the flood and its impacts now. This will reduce the number of people criticizing him by the time he starts demolition. Interesting. The other user on X says, this is good, but they shouldn't have approved the plans. Officials involved should be sanctioned. All right. Another user on the comment section says, the person who promised to take down buildings or waterways is also providing land sales there. My prime example is the Zone 1 bridge, where all the land under it meant for waterways has been sold off. Interesting. Another user says, why do we face the same problems every year in this country? We lack proper implementation of laws and regulations. Until we strengthen accountability and the rule of, we will continue to face the same challenges. Interesting. That is for that comment. This other one says, drainages and waterways are blocked due to a refuse dump. There hasn't been any evacuation prior to this year raining season. No matter how demolish people's houses, it won't solve flood problem in Abuja. Interesting. Okay, that is for that. Still on the flood issue, the wicked demolition issue, we saw that immediately he made a statement he ordered for the demolition, and we saw some videos where the demolitions of some of the houses have started, and also this video sparked reaction on social media. Take a look at the video. Wow. All right, people's reaction. This person said, I knew he would use the opportunity to demolish people's property, as if flood hasn't been happening in different parts of the world. The flood Ghana recently, they should have demolished the whole Accra city. Okay, that was that. This other person on the comment says, Wike is a working politician. Abuja resident make a complaint and is acting the cause of flood. Interesting. Those other users says the person who sold that place must be arrested without delay. It is a direct cause of this entire flooding disaster. Okay, this other user, but they says, hope this is not a direct attack on opposition. And why would anybody build on waterway in the first place? Okay. Interesting. That is for that story. Also, yesterday we saw a video of Davido where he says in one of his, where he says, my uncle, the governor, should be an example for all the governor out there. It shows that if you work well for the people will work well for you. Take a look at this video that has been trending on social media.
First of all, congrats to Mr. Governor on his re-election for the second term. Well deserved. Hard-fought battle. In fact, let me not call it battle, war. When you have 17, 50 senators, House of Rep, I don't know how many they were, against one man, and he came out victorious. God is good. To the Osun people that not only voted for us, but stood their ground, defended their votes from polling units all the way to the coalition centers, then from there to the main coalition center. That stood outside, and the love, I can remember how many times I cried that day, because the love was amazing.
Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says, shows that if you work well for the people will work well for you. Okay, now people vote him. Naim carry victory, go give Tinubu, even endorse him for 2027. I beg make una carry una wahala. They go, okay. This other user says, if you work well for the people will work well for you. That is the game, and it was well deserved. Okay, interesting. This other user says, yes, he is right, but at the same time, Davido played a huge role too. He deserves some accolades too. Interesting. That is for the story. And the last story we'll be looking at, we saw a video yesterday of Nyesom Wike too, the Minister of FCT, where he says the opposition should start crying now. They can never win 2027 election against Tinubu, he declares. Let's take a look at the video and go back to the reactions. Okay, you can go on social media to check that video out. This is all we've got for you on TMI Socials this beautiful morning. Thank you so much for joining our Lagos Network Studio and also our Abuja Network Studio and our Benin Network Studio on TMI this beautiful morning. Ensure you have a beautiful day out there and stay safe.
RTV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Gbe, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, I must say it is always a wonderful time to have you join me on Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And on today's edition of the program Viewpoints, we're going to be looking at governance and public reaction, as Nigerians are saying they are tired of big grammars, they are tired of speeches, but rather they want actions and they want to see leaders do what they are supposed to do. So the question of the day is, are leaders now being pushed to move beyond speeches to people-centered governance? That is basically what we're going to deal with today on Viewpoints. I am Caroline Okonji.
This matter based on communication and movements. When you now come out, you don't need to be forced as a leader. The leader had to come out, this is what I want to do. Then people also will react, we don't want it or we want it. Let me give you a clear example. Here in the state, we found out that leaders, as at that time, they went down to the grassroots to eat corn, akara, and agidi with the common people. What are they doing? They are communicating that they are for the welfare of the masses. But by the time they got there, what happened? We had a statement, go and die, which means there are two statements on the ground. I'm already there, I've gotten what I wanted. Then whatever you would go and die, that's a statement. In that, there was reaction. So normally, leaders are not supposed to be forced to talk. They're supposed to talk. That is why most of the parties, even though there's no manifesto now, this is what we want to do for the people. But for now, the people, when you now say, this is what I want to do, the people will react. I was coming from somewhere around Delta State. I saw overhead bridge in a village. Who want to climb the bridge? You see, because the people of that area, they're used to female bicycle. Tell me, what is the communication? Are you saying that that bridge is built for motorcycle rider? It's communication. Then it's to tell you, say, the people will now react. We don't need this here. Is that not communication? So leaders have to come out. You don't need to force them. And whatever you have said, when we are not hearing from you, what happened? There will be another reaction. The people want to know why. They will ask you. So if you now keep quiet, then you don't care for the people. So normally leaders speak their mind, followers also do their reactions. At this point in time, if you cannot speak to your people, what you want to do, and what you want to do, you say it, and it's negative. What will happen? People will react. And if we don't react, they will become stupid. They will become marginalized because we are not hearing from our leaders. It is when you do well. Okay, what are you talking about? I thank God the president said those governors that were building, what do you call it, bridges, is uncalled for. Yes. So leaders should not let us know what, they should let us know what they have done and what they are doing. Then there will be reaction. You don't force them. And only that you now force, something is happening. Look at a man who said, since I was born, I'm 76 plus now, that since his inception of Nigeria, hunger has been around. Why do you now come? You came to correct the hunger, and people are hungry. But if you have said it earlier, we will know. You did not say it. You inherited what you want to correct. So leaders should talk out what they have done, what they are doing, and we that have been led should also react. When we react, nobody should fool us. Then, because if you don't react, and we react, you don't hear us, then you can do whatever you like. And when you do that, there will be grumbling. When there will be problems, there will continue to be hunger and will continue to grumble. So normally leaders are not forced. They are compelled to tell the people what they have for the people, and the people also they are also compelled to say what they want. No hope. It is you have eyes, who have shame. It's that type of person that can be ashamed. If you have no shame, you cannot be ashamed. They have not helped the people. We are poorer and poorer. Okay, the president said that why should he mention some names of the governor? They don't need overhead. Why is he himself building Oceanic, whatever, building a road on ocean to other states and other things? Do we need that one now? You cannot pass from here to Ore. Is that Oceanic or whatever title you give that is building? Who want to benefit from it? You start it from Lagos Sea to Asaba to other. Do we need that now? What do we need this road? People cannot pass through Lagos. No security. So who is doing who? So what you are condemning the governor building bridges, you are doing worse. So you have to communicate, and when you communicate, people will react. That's why you have this reaction. That's why people are looking for revolution. Because even the revolution, we have to pray, because we are not in charge of police. We are not in charge of soldiers or army. We are just like that. No DSS. If you remember, there's a particular man who was in NIA, whatever, who was in charge of money. There's billions of dollars that were found in his house and others, and his wife. They escaped. But today, such a man is an ambassador in another country. So what are we now preaching? So it is, people must react. A leader has to explain, this is why I do this. This is why, as well you cannot explain, then there's no hope. And Nigeria is we are not going to rest on hopelessness. So people should have hope in their voters' card and vote every evil regime out of this country. God will do it.
Government is supposed to be about the people. It's not supposed to be about the leaders. It's supposed to be about the leads. That is the pact the people in government have with the followers or the citizenry. I don't think that the people have done enough to compel the leaders to be more focused on governance, and governance which is basically for the welfare of the people. We just see the citizens full of hysteria over a particular situation, and after that they go to bed. Save for civil society organizations like SERAP, who are on the government's back and pushing them to do what they ought to do. Nigerians generally are laid back if they can just get their 3 square meals and that's all. The more, I think that even if they are trying to wake up to push government, they should do more. Nigerians should ensure that governance should be people-centric and not about the persons in government. We must ensure that we speak up and be involved, not just being card-carrying members of political parties, but by ensuring that we speak up and put government and political office holders on their toes. The government is people-centered because government seems to feel they know better. I believe that the leaders should come down from their high horse, have town hall meetings with the people. What do they want? What is the primary issue that you want us to focus on? We find out that every government simply comes with their own program, 3-point agenda, 7-point agenda, without carrying the people along. Renewed hope or all that sloganeering, without letting people say, or without the input of the people. You find people having pages and pages of manifestos that they are not ready to implement. It's just for the paper, just for the records, for people to see that there's a manifesto. But they must carry the citizenry along. What is happening in rural areas? Do they have primary health centers? Do you know that the UBTH as a hospital is a tertiary hospital? Only very important health issues should be tackled there. If we have general hospitals in Benin City, general hospitals everywhere, UBTH will not be crowded up, because a tertiary hospital, if you go to other tertiary hospitals in the country, except you have major referrals, you can't go there. So the government should look at what do the people want, where does it pinch these people, and try to ensure that they remedy that area. Like schools, we must ensure that time will come that people will be removing their children from private school and putting them in public schools, because public schools have become very good. Children should not be sitting on the floor. Children should not be wearing tattered uniforms. Government should be able to do that for families, so that people will understand that they have a government who listens and cares for them. Take example for Edo State. There are other little things, that low-hanging fruits that you can grab, and people will see that you are doing something good for the people. See Ring Road. The road in Ring Road, just that city center, is bad. You pass there every day, you see that road is bad, nothing is being done, but you are putting on flyovers. Flyovers, that is a white elephant project that will take millions or billions of naira. Whereas primary health centers, where children will be born, where children will be treated, where people will run to first before being referred to general hospital, they are not functional. Those are the very important things. Primary schools where our children of the poorest of the poor can go free of charge or paying little sums of money, they are not functional. Healthcare is not affordable for anybody. People are dying because they cannot pay out of pocket expenses to pay for hospital. They go to chemists, they go to one auntie nurse who treats them. But if all these things are being tackled by the government, then the people will be very happy. Not major projects like flyovers, which will not touch the people personally. Very soon the flyovers will be underground bridges for criminals to be hiding. Those are not the primary issues of government.
You see, people need practical. People are tired. Before this government, a lot of policies has been made, and those policies were not implemented. And those policies that were not implemented, people are fed up about it. Nigerian leaders and government should go beyond making policies, but implementations is becoming our problem. And the masses are tired of hearing policies and no implementations. And this has been making the masses to disbelieve every policies that the government are making. And that is why the masses are saying that they are tired, they are fed up. When governments make policies, they pay less concern about it because they are not seeing the implementations. And this time, the government should wake up to their responsibility. In the developed nations, governments have their agendas, and it is their agendas that is the scorecard of their administrations, in the sense that when they don't need to be reminded on what to do, as they brought out their manifestos, they start their implementation immediately. But in the developing nations, not only in Nigeria, most third world nations, implementation is becoming the problem. But like stakeholders like us are telling government that is beyond species, is beyond making policies. People want to see practical. And when governments are proactive in whatsoever they are doing, you don't tell the people not to sing your praise. It is your proactiveness that will make the people to begin to sing your praise. And that is why, as an advocate for good governance, I am telling government stakeholders, government should go beyond making policies, but implementations. Those who are SSE and their advisors should give a constructive advice to people who are in powers to enforce implementations. When there are implementations, people will begin to rejoice. You see, today there is high cost of living. Government should take proactive steps on how to cushion all these issues so that the environment and everyone will be happy. I know the government are trying their best, but they should go beyond because the people are expecting a lot from them. Nigeria is a big country, compounded with a lot of problems. Even when the present administration came in, they came to meet problem. Rome wasn't built in one day. It takes a gradual process. If the masses will support this present government to bring out what he has proposed to do, I believe things will be done. There are various facets. There are some areas that things are working well, while there are some other areas things are not also working well. But let our praise, our encouragement, we make them to put their interest to ensure those areas that are not working well will begin to work well. When you look at Edo State in particular, the governor of this state, a lot of people said, oh, this governor will not be able to work because they are looking at him as a very calm governor, and they are looking at him that because of his disposition, this governor, this fire approach is not in him. Based on that, they expect that the governor cannot be able to do something. But for these few years that the governor of Edo State have assumed or come into office, you discover that things are working. I will give him kudos on the area of insecurity. The governor has put more interest on that area. There are governors who have come before this time, they will say, we will tackle it. At the end of the day, with good speech, with good things, things are not done. But this governor, he didn't just say, I will tackle it, but he just began to work, and we are seeing the effect of his work. On the issue of infrastructure, we are also seeing what he's also doing. The flyover that he commenced on, we know some people, some governors will embark on such projects. You will say, oh, why did such people embark on such project? This project that they have embarked on will take almost a decade to complete such project. But we saw this governor, when he came into office, he said, Benin City must have a flyover. And he embarked on those projects, two of them simultaneously, and we are seeing the effect of that flyover working out. These are some of the projects that some governor will embark on. It will, even though they will leave office, you still see that those projects is lying low. But this governor, I give him kudos on the area of infrastructure. I also give him kudos on the area of security.
It is their duty to deliver their mandate. They made promises, and those mandates, they should deliver it. I think they have, to me, they're very slow. They're very slow. If the people are pushing them, I think the people should push them. Shouldn't use the word we, the people should push them to deliver good governance, to do what is proper. And so, for me, I don't think is there anything we're doing that is actually speedy. Nothing. The roads are very bad. Our airports dilapidated. Nothing is working. Nothing is actually working, but we are hoping that they will do something about it. And I think Our governor, Senator Modokwe, is trying, but he can do better. So let him do better. The roads are bad. Look at the rain everywhere, the flood. Everywhere is flooded. There's no good road in Benin. No actual good road in Benin. In fact, Jaro is worse. Jaro Sapler Road is worse. There are other areas, Wotobo. So I don't think they're being pushed. I don't think anybody can push them except God. For me, on that day, 2027, by the time the people go to the poll to vote, the vote will tell.
It is a pity that our leaders today, they don't really know. It's as if they have diverted from their duty, the reason why they were elected. Now they are now focusing on promises. So it's not supposed to be the citizen, the masses, that will tell the leaders what they ought to be doing. If you check in other countries or in well-doing countries, you will see that the leaders, the very day they elect them into office, they pick their power, they pick their official duties, they pick all the ethics that is backing up the constitution of that office they are holding. They run with it, and they make sure wherever their citizen, wherever their subordinate are needing, they provide it for them and give them. When you talk about even the as low as social amenities like waters and the rest, even our leaders, they cannot provide it for the citizen. And they keep coming back, they will use that to campaign. Since over 20-something years, they have been campaigning with water, road, and security. The next election we are still expecting, that is the same thing they are still going to campaign with. So it is a pity that our leaders is now the masses that is now pushing them to focus on the reason why they are elected. The fact is this: we are tired of BB grammar. It's the right time for them to focus on what the masses, what the people who elect them into power, what they need, and provide it for them. Because to be honest, grammar, big English will not provide food on our table. It's enough of all this. The people are not the ones that were supposed to tell them, because they know the reason why they are going to that office. So getting to the office, they need to do that reason why they were elected. Walking around the streets, you will see that the masses are angry. They are absolutely tired of this administration. On day-to-day life, it's not so difficult for us to even live. If you check the minimum wage of average Nigeria, it's not able to buy a bag of rice. Talk less about the transportation. If you check the high cost of transportation in the past maybe 18 months to our present state, many persons are waking up, going to office just to pay their transport, or for them not to be idle at home. The salary is not even enough to pay their transport, or to pay hospital bill, or to pay their children academic. If we continue like this, it's going to be terrible in the next administration.
The federal government are supposed to do what they are expected to do and fulfill their promise, not because anybody is pushing them to do it. Because I believe if you make a promise, you are supposed to fulfill it. And you are not supposed to be reminded by doing what you promised to do. Because just take, for example, now, if God called you to do something, nobody will push you to do it. You have to make sure that everything works out. Well, thank God, I will use let me use those state governor as example, because it's somebody that I've seen, not that we are all seeing something that is making difference. Because you don't push him, you just want to make the people happy and try to fulfill his promise, and making sure that whatever he says, he makes sure he did it and it came to pass. He did not just say it, but he fulfilled it. The area where I'm driving to, the land that was taken from us long ago by the previous administration, this governor came and said to us that we'll get our land back. And to the glory of God, our land has been given to us. And I personally have gotten my own. And you have done well, because Edo State was on safe ground. But today you have made it a safe ground. And this is what we are saying when it comes to doing what you promise. And government is supposed to be like that.
And this is what we are praying for, and this is what we want our leaders to be doing, whereby nobody is reminding them to do what they are supposed to do, but yet they are just doing it and making sure that what they came there for, they fulfill it, and make sure everything goes well for the people, because they are there for the people, not there for themselves.
The new scorecard isn't about grammar. It's, did food get cheap? Is the road safe? Is there light? It's basically what citizens are saying that they expect from the federal government in order for citizens and Nigerians at large to enjoy life. And they expect the federal government to do all of the promises that they have made during their campaign before they emerged and occupied their offices. That is why they are saying that grammar and personalities, political party will not provide them with the basic amenities that they need, but rather they need a result-oriented kind of person. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, President Tinubu direct EFCC to channel seized funds
unclaimed dividends to Nelfund. Ex-military personnel protest in Abuja block Defense Ministry over non-inclusion in pay increase. Edo Police Commissioner parades robbery defilement suspect. Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria commends INEC on conduct of Osun governorship election. Plus, civil society urges security agencies to withdraw agents from land dispute in Zapata village. Hi there, a warm welcome to the news on Independent Television. I am Organi Victor. I've got my colleague at Benin Network Studio, Anu Oluwapo Stevens, joining me from that axis. Good evening to you, Anu, and a warm welcome to the news.
Thank you so much, Victor. Good evening. How are you?
Also at Lagos, we have Messelina Unko.
Beautiful evening to you, Victor, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
It's glad to have you ladies on board. Don't forget you can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Also do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has directed that recovered funds from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, be diverted to the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to sustain its growing funding obligations. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, disclosed this on Wednesday while briefing State House correspondent after the Federal Executive Council meeting. Alausa said the Federal Executive Council also approved the presidential directive that all unclaimed dividends from the Capital Market Trust Fund and the Dormant Account Trust Fund be channeled to Nelfund to make the fund financially buoyant enough to meet its expanding obligations to Nigerian students. He noted that the president was very clear and not seized properties or recovered looted funds, but liquid funds from the EFCC will now be transferred to Nelfund. The minister said the directive was consistent with the campaign promise President Tinubu made to ensure access to education for Nigerian students. And away from that now to some security stories. Hundreds of Nigerian military pensioners on Wednesday besieged the Defense Ministry headquarters in Abuja, disrupting access to the complex as they protested the federal government failure to pay accrued pension increases and welfare allowances. Defense correspondent John Taylor reports that the veterans, dressed in faded military fatigues and carrying placards, are demanding immediate presidential intervention to end years of bureaucratic delays, which they say have left thousands of ex-servicemen in hardship.
Military retirees gathered at the Ministry of Defense in Abuja on Wednesday to protest their exclusion from consequential pension adjustments following a previous military pay increase. Heavy security, including police and armed soldiers, blocked the ex-servicemen from accessing the venue. The demonstration heightened tensions within the high-security area, prompting military authorities to reinforce security around the Ship House complex in Area 10, Garki.
We cannot die in our brothers. They are all military personnel. Yeah, right? We have suffered enough in this country.
The protest centers on two major financial demands by the pensioners. The veterans are calling for the immediate payment of the outstanding 50% balance of their salary adjustment arrears, as well as security department allowance.
I am sick presently. I find it difficult to go to hospital. Drugs are not friendly. The prices of drugs are not friendly.
So you know, when we are in the society, we are no more in the military where government takes care of us. Really, when you are in the military, government takes care of you. Your medical, everything is secured. But now, when you are retired, you retire back to your village, my dear brother. So we are asking for our pension rights.
And the medical discharge.
If we get conviction now, if you get clear information, oh, sorry, we escaped it, we are including it in the company, we all go. We're not happy to be here. But when some fellows in the office feel so insensitive to our pains.
Although a phased payment plan was previously agreed, the veterans accused the federal government of breaching the agreement and delaying the remittance of the outstanding payments. Meanwhile, the Defense Ministry and the federal government are yet to issue an official statement on the demands raised by the military pensioners. From Abuja, John Tina, ITV News.
Pathetic situation there. Now, away from that, the federal government says the Tinubu administration remains committed to open and continuous engagement with Nigerians. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, and the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, stated this in Abuja on Wednesday at a press conference on the release of details of fuel subsidy savings. Abigail Adiremi reports that the briefing aims to provide Nigerians with clear and factual information on the savings arising from the removal of the fuel subsidy.
Speaking during his remark, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the responsibility of the Tinubu administration is not merely to announce policies, but also to explain them, acknowledge the challenges associated with them, account for their outcomes, and demonstrate how difficult decisions taken today are laying the foundation for a stronger and more sustainable economy.
The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu remains, as ever, committed and is also open to continuous engagement with Nigerians. Our responsibility is not merely to announce policies. It is also about explaining those policies and acknowledging the challenges associated with them. It is also about giving account of the outcomes of these policies and demonstrate how difficult decisions taken today are laying foundations for a stronger and more sustainable economy.
Presenting the scorecard, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, said the removal of petrol subsidies saved Nigeria 15.8 trillion naira between June 2023 and December 2025.
Out of these 15.8 trillion naira savings from June 2023 to December 2025, according to the Federation account, the share of the federal government was 5.4 trillion naira, while 10.4 trillion was shared to states and local governments.
The removal of fuel subsidy remains one of the most significant and difficult economic reforms undertaken by the Tinubu administration and has continued to generate significant public interest. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
That's the bit from Abuja Broadcast Studio. Let's bring you more report from our Benin Network Studio. And Anulu Akbo Stevens is standing by.
Many thanks, Victor. Here in Edo State, where the State Police Command has perfected strategies to strengthen security, protect lives and property, and make the state safe for residents, visitors, and businesses. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Patrick Dow, stated this on Tuesday while outlining the recent achievement of the command across the state. The report is presented by Oluwafemi Ferriola.
Reeling out the achievements of the command recorded recently across the state, including arrest of suspects for defying minors, stealing, armed robbery, rescue of kidnapped victims, recovery of firearms, and arrest of suspected cultists. CP Patrick Daho explained that while some of the suspects are arraigned in court, others will face prosecution on conclusion of investigation. He said, as part of efforts to strengthen security in the state, the command is intensifying intelligence-led policing, strengthening highly mobile patrols and rapid response, expanding collaboration with sister security agencies and neighboring commands, and pursuing criminals wherever they operate.
In our collective effort to strengthen security
protect lives and property, and make Edo State increasingly safe for residents, visitors, and businesses. Today, we have invited you as a testament to that drive to come and see for yourself what the State Command is doing.
The police commissioner appealed to residents and stakeholders to continue providing timely and credible information to the police while upholding professionalism, courage, discipline.
Suspected kidnappers were arrested through intelligence along Okada axis. They have also confessed to having been involved in series of kidnapping along Benin Okada, Benin Akure, Benin Lagos, including Benin Agbo Express. We've recovered 3 AK-47 rifles through investigation.
That was how I give up the AK-47. I get two big cow. Now I say, more than to control the cow. Everywhere the cow to go together with his cow.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Meanwhile, Edo State government says it is committed to creating jobs and enabling an environment for young people to thrive in businesses, create jobs and contribute meaningfully to the economic state. Well, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, stated this while declaring open a 2-day Edo Youth Impact Forum 02 held at the Sir Victor Waifel Creative Hub in Benin City. Deborah Guefu has the details.
Declaring the forum open on behalf of Edo State Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the initiative was designed to help young people transform their ideas into viable businesses through access to grants, mentorship, and other opportunities.
We are not simply telling young people to believe in their ideas, but we are putting resources behind those ideas. This forum is backed by a 40 million grant pool for 10 outstanding youth-led ventures across seed, growth, and scale categories.
Motivating the participants, the Deputy Governor shared his personal journey from business to public service and political leadership, encouraging the youth to remain focused and make good use of the available opportunities. He said the Governor Monday Okpebholo-led administration is committed to empowering young people and building a state where their businesses can thrive.
Under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo, our administration wants to build an Edo where young people have the opportunity to work, innovate, invest, and prosper.
Earlier, the State Commissioner for Youth Affairs, Honorable Charity Amanyawo, and the Special Advisor to the State Governor of Finance, Investment and Revenue Generation, Honorable Kizito Okpebholo, said the forum is aimed at impacting and connecting the young people with ideas, capital, mentorship, and opportunities.
Our responsibility to ensure that talent is properly identified, developed, financed, connected, and transformed into economic value.
Right now, we have about 10 finalists that will emerge. So some of them will earn 2.5 million naira to implement their ideas. Some will earn 5 million naira to grow their existing businesses. And some will also earn 10 million naira.
In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
The management of Edo State-owned newspaper Cooperation, the Nigerian Observer, has paid courtesy visit to the Isama of Benin and honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta State of Nigeria. His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, the general manager of the company, Honorable Peter Odigbo, said he has just received information from the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, and that he thought it wise to visit the Isama and introduce himself and his team to the patriarch. Pius Usogo takes it from here.
It was a courtesy call with a message of partnership and continuity at the residence of the Esama of Benin as the management of the state-owned newspaper, the Nigerian Observer, paid a visit to the Patriarch to introduce themselves and seek fatherly blessings. In his remarks, the General Manager, Nigerian Observer, Honorable Peter Odibo, appealed to the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, for support so as to enable him take the newspaper to another level.
When we discover that
that your birthday is coming up by next month. I sat down with my team and we resolved that we are going to be fully involved in your birthday. We are going to send our team of observers, send our photographer, our cameraman to be on duty from the beginning to the last program.
No doubt, the Esama of Benin has remained one single individual whose impact and support cuts across organizations, government institutions, churches, and individuals. The Esama of Benin, who described the media as the conscience of society, urged the team to uphold truth, professionalism, and the interests of Edo people in their reportage. He assured the Observer newspaper management that he will continue to offer his support at all times.
Print media, that's what you are. Yes, sir. Atomize your requirement 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, then bring it up for sale, market it. That's the advice I will give you.
The Esama and Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion also offered fatherly prayers for the growth of the state-owned media outfits.
May God give you the strength. Amen. May God give you the wisdom. Amen. May God give you the light. Amen. All your people that came with you, may God bless all of you. Amen. May you achieve whatever you aim and observe a good aim. Amen.
The Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwose, was present to receive the Observer management with the Patriarch. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Edo State House of Assembly has confirmed Mr. Terry Igiabo as chairman, Edo State Ecological Funding Management Commission. Assembly correspondent Joy Obarasiabo has more.
Proceedings at the Edo State House of Assembly were delayed on Wednesday until about 4 p.m. after the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Yekini Idiaye, resolved the impasse. Following the discussion of camera, lawmakers proceeded with plenary and received letters from Governor Monday Okpebholo. The correspondents sought the consideration of a bill for the repeal of the Edo State House of Assembly Funds Management Law of 2023. The proposed repeal triggered the initial tension, and the House leadership slated the 30-copy bill deliberation for a later date. In another major development, the House received and considered a report from the Committee on Rules, Business and Government House on the screening of Mr. Terry Igiabo as the Executive Chairman of the Edo State Ecological Funding and Management Commission. The nominee in Terry Igiabo was commended by lawmakers who took turns to comment on his character and professional record during the screening.
I am confident to say that Mr. Terry Igiabo is well qualified to handle this position. Mr. Terry Igiabo is a man that I can vouch for anytime. I know he will do very well.
After the review, the House confirmed his appointment as Executive Chairman of the Commission. From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obarasiabo, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has received his certificate of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) following his victory in the August 15, 2026 governorship election. Adeleke defeated his closest rival, the All Progressive Congress candidate Bola Oyebamiji, polling 511,067 to 444,815. Adeleke arrived at the INEC office in Oshogbo, Osun State with his cabinet members, national and state assembly lawmakers, friends and supporters for the certificate presentation. The National Commissioner of INEC for the Southwest, Professor Kunle Ajayi, presented the certificate. After the presentation, Adeleke, who tagged his address as a time to heal, unite and build, thanked the people of Osun State for firmly standing for democracy. He paid tribute to victims of electoral violence, including Mr. Ezekiel Adebori Ajayi, Remi Abbas, and Kolade Eluyere, adding that regardless of political affiliation, they were the first relatives. The governor assured that Adeleke family, through the Springtime Development Foundation, will provide full scholarships up to university level for the children, independent of those who lost their lives. It disclosed that the Osun State government will also establish a 500 million naira election violence victims endowment fund to support verified victims and affected families, remarking that a verification and relief committee chaired by the Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Adewale Olumide, will oversee the transparent identification of victims and the equitable distribution of support. He promised to continue advancing infrastructure, healthcare, education, workers' welfare, youth empowerment, and economic development with accountability, inclusion, and transparency. Now, still in the news, the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, BON, has congratulated the Professor Joash Agmunputan-led INEC for the conduct of a transparent, free, fair, and credible governorship election in Osun State. A statement by the Executive Secretary, BON, Dr. Yemisi Gbamgboshe, says the Osun State governorship election was the real litmus test for INEC. The statement explained that the outcome of the election, if improved upon, serves as a model for subsequent elections in the country. The statement stated that INEC deserves commendation for deploying all that was required to ensure the realization of a free and fair election. BON also commended security agencies for providing adequate security, which helped to minimize tension and criminality during election. According to BON, INEC should ensure the prosecution of all persons who perpetrated electoral crimes to serve as a deterrent to others. BON called on INEC and other relevant agencies to ensure strict enforcement of electoral laws and prosecution of offenders.
Some report there at Benin Network Studio. Let's also bring you some report from our Lagos Network Studio, and Lina is going to be our anchor from there.
Many thanks to you, Victor. And right here in Lagos State, the Lagos State government has declared Thursday, August 20, 2026, as public holiday to celebrate 2026 Isheshe Day. Special advisor to the Governor on Tourism, Act, Culture, Honorable Idris Arigbe, in a statement described the day as one that is bigger than a holiday on the calendar. Honorable Idris Arigbe said August 20, 2026 hosts what is expected to be the largest single gathering of traditional worshippers anywhere in the world, with over 3 million residents joining the celebrations that marks the 2026 Isheshe Day. Moving on, some human rights activists in Lagos State have called on the security agency to, as a matter of urgency, wade into the crisis in Sakpata village in order to protect lives and properties. The activists said the lingering crisis in the area can lead to bloodshed if it is not properly handled.
Forever, We shall always fight for our rights.
Members of civil society groups and members of the public drawn government's attention to what they describe as a time bomb waiting to explode if government and security agencies do not call those they describe as land grabbers in Sakpata village in Etiosa local government area. The group, while calling on the Inspector General of Police, Lagos State Governor, and other stakeholders to wade into the crisis, said the need not to wait until lives are lost before they will intervene.
Today it is Oja Ekomo family. Tomorrow it can be your family. It can be my own. That is why we are here. Are we supposed to fold our hands to and watch till it degenerates into loss of lives and properties? No, we will not fold our hands. Some weeks ago in this country, we were shouting insecurity, kidnapping, and all of that. Now the government is taking charge, and insecurity and all of that is coming down. And somebody is taking it upon himself to cause problem in the state. So, and you think we should fold our hands? No. That is where we are coming in. We will not fold our hands. Never.
The activists who said the matter is before a court of competent jurisdiction said everyone must be ready to wait for the judgment of the court and stop taking laws into their hands by threatening to take the lives of others.
Just attack on the land and demolish the buildings. This acts targeted at security of lives, property, disregard for government authority, and are condemnable, and the Oja Ekomo family is calling on the police and the Lagos State government to rein in on this criminality on display.
The civil society groups have promised to picket the office of security agencies in the country if they did not come to the aid of those being oppressed by the suspected land grabbers in Sakpata village. From Lagos, Agboji Korea, ITV News.
And also, Lagos State House of Assembly has received a letter from the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu seeking the reordering of year 2026 budget, christening the budget of shared prosperity. The letter, which was read before the lawmaker by the clerk, Mrs. Adenike Ushinowo, outlined the priority and rationale behind the proposed budget reordering. Agboji Korea has the details.
Leading the debate, seeking the reordering of the Lagos State year 2026 budget, christened the budget of shared prosperity, Chairman Committee on Economic Planning and Budget, Honorable Olumo Said, said the 2026 budget had recorded about 69% performance, stressing that the proposed reordering had become necessary to ensure that available resources were channeled to priority areas. He suggested that the development could provide an opportunity for the governor to reconsider the proposed 200 billion naira bond recently presented to the House for consideration. Contributing to the debate, Honorable Arumo Shood described the reordering as part of the dividends of democracy, expressing hope that it would further address the needs of Lagosians across the nook and crannies of the state. Following contributions from members, the Speaker, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, thereafter committed the proposed reordering to the Committee on Economic Planning and Budget to report its findings to the House in 2 weeks. Subsequently, the House adjourned sitting till Monday, 31st August 2026. From Lagos, Agboji Korea, ITV News.
Edo State Ministry of Education has engaged key education stakeholders on the Edo State Learner Identification Number, EdoCert, and biometric enrollment platforms. The initiative is designed to give learners a unique identity, simplify access to digital certificates, and strengthen the management and verification of academic records. The meeting, held at the John Odige Oyego Public Service Academy, brought together education officials, school proprietors, heads of public and private schools, schools associations, and other stakeholders from across the 18 local government areas of the state. Patience Asaragiwa report.
The biometric system is designed to give every learner a unique identity, making it easier for the ministry to track academic records as students move from one school to another and reducing challenges associated with multiple identities during examination enrollment. In his opening remarks, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Sir Enodolawaji Otame, said the initiative, developed in partnership with Data Science Nigeria and ear-based technology, is aimed aimed at addressing challenges in assessing, preserving and verifying students' certificates and academic records.
The issue of certificates has become very disturbing, where students cannot access their certificate. At times it's lost to theft in schools, vandalism, and even the harsh weather condition. So the ministry now decided that you can always access this certificate online.
The technical team from Data Science Nigeria, led by Mr. Uyi Okundaye, demonstrated the EdoSat platform, highlighting its security features, e-locker service, updates, and customization. Mr. Kasim Olajide of Yearbase Technology demonstrated the biometric enrollment platform and Edo State Learner Identification Number. The Director of Planning, Research and Statistics in the Ministry, Mr. Gabriel Orire, and the Special Advisor on Education to Governor Monday Okpawulu, Barrister Vincent Akere, comment on the initiative.
Anywhere they are, from their homes, once you graduate from any of our schools, with your exam number, you can access your certificate online.
Right now, children can access their MBA results and download the certificates.
The EdoSat platform can be accessed at edosat.edostate.gov.ng. Schools across Edo State are expected to resume for the new academic session on September 14, 2026. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
As part of efforts to actualize its core mandate to facilitate the rapid physical and socio-economic development of the oil-rich Niger Delta region, the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has handed over various roads awarded for rehabilitation to contractors and communities. Ikpomusa Ugiabe report that while communities were full of appreciation to the NDDC, the contractors assured of completing the project on schedule.
Roads handed over for rehabilitation include Igbenedion and Igbenadowa Street off Country Home, Efionayi Street, popularly called Reliance Road, Aduwawa, and Erahon Street off Upper Mission Road, all in Benin City. Landlords and landladies of the various roads came out to receive the NDDC officials and were briefed on the ethics of executing contracts by the Edo State Director of NDDC, Engineer Friday Eyobo. Addressing the landlords and landladies, the State NDDC Commissioner, Honorable Patrick Aisowe, said the purpose is for them to own the project and know the contractor handling it. Honorable Aisowe, who assured that the projects will not be abandoned, urged them to cooperate with the contractors to ensure the projects are completed in record time.
The site handing over is to bring the contractor to site, introduce the contractor to the people of the community, and to also let the contractor know the job must be done to specification so that the people of the community will monitor the contractor. We have done this today in Erahon Street. This is Erahon Street. We have done for Igbenadowa and Igbenedion. We have also done for Fionayi Street. As you can see in Erahon Street here, the people are quite happy. They are very happy and they are overwhelmed with joy.
Representatives of the various communities thanked the NDDC for the projects, while the contractors assured of executing the projects to specification.
We want to appreciate NDDC as an interventionist agency for remembering us in these Igbenedion streets and environs.
Thank God, what I'm seeing, I'm very happy. The work in the site, they have started. We need development this Adoawa.
We thank God for the intervention of the NDDC. We assist the contractors and the workers by the grace of God.
I need to thank NDDC for deeming me fit to handle this road. We will do this road to specification.
We are going to construct the road according to specification given to us by the commission, that is NDDC. And also we are completing the project in the next 2 to 3 months at max.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
In other news, the Edo State government has taken measures to discourage all forms of technological facilitated gender-based violence in the state and has unveiled the policy framework on technological facilitated gender-based violence to guarantee the safety of women, girls, and other vulnerable groups in the society. The Coordinator Office of the First Lady, Edesili Okpebolo Anani, performed the unveiling at the Government House. The report is presented by Ikpomusa Ugiagbe.
Technology for many is viewed as a tool for empowerment and creating new opportunities. Sadly, however, it has also created new avenues through which women can experience harassment, cyberbullying, threats, and online sexual exploitation and other forms of technologically enhanced violence. Available records indicate that 38% of women generally and over 58% of young women between the ages of 15 and 25 have experienced one form of digital violence or another. The coordinator, Edo State Office of the First Lady, Mrs. Edesili Okpewolo Anani, said the emerging challenge for the state government requires urgent and coordinated action. Hence the decision to put in place a policy as part of its broader agenda of protecting rights and safety of women and the vulnerable people.
These clubs are designed to empower children, young people with knowledge about their rights, healthy relationships, prevention of violence, reporting mechanisms, and available support services. By educating our younger people early, we're investing in a generation that will reject violence and become champions of positive social change. I'm also pleased to acknowledge the recent 2-day assessment visit of the House of Representative Committee on Women Affairs, that's from the national level, to Edo State.
In a remark, Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Eugenia Abdallah, said the policy is a survivor-centered approach ensuring digital safety, privacy, and rights of survivors. Goodwill messages centered on how stakeholders can effectively work together for the common purpose. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're still on to the main news on ITV. Founder of Dr. Ernest Ahamuyoj Project Initiative, Dr. Ernest Ahamuyoj, has reaffirmed his commitment to empowering the less privileged residents across the 10 wards in Asa Southeast local government area of the state. He stated this on the sidelines of a 2-day event at the Edo Youth Impact Forum 2.0 held at the Victor Owaifo Creative Hub in Benin City. Patient Saragiwar takes it from here.
Edo Youth Impact Forum brought together young people from across the state to develop innovative ideas into sustainable ventures through skills acquisition, mentorship, and access to opportunities. Dr. Ahamuyoj sponsored 20 youths from the 10 wards of Esan Southeast local government area to participate at the forum, describing the gesture as part of his broader commitment to supporting youths, the elderly, widows, and students through scholarships, educational materials, and other interventions. The former APC House of Assembly aspirant said the initiative will continue to focus on improving the lives of vulnerable residents across the constituency.
I run a non-profit organization that helps people in my community. Bringing them over here is for them to network with their peers, because the future is today. The future is now. And I also want to thank the Governor Monday Okpebholo, for giving us the opportunity for making this happen, because without him, the youth would have not been here today.
The team lead of Edo Youth Impact Forum 2.0 and Special Advisor on Finance, Investments and Revenue Generation, Kizito Okpebholo, commended Governor Monday Okpebholo for supporting youth entrepreneurs, particularly through financial grants and empowerment programs.
We are giving out 40 million naira today. For new ideas, they're going home, 6 people are going home with 2.5 million naira. Then for existing ideas that are already doing some businesses, 5 people are going home with 5 million naira each.
Some beneficiaries, including Faith Obaga and Jasper Osifo, appreciated Dr. Ahamuyoj for sponsoring their participation and providing them with an opportunity to gain new skills and connections.
I want to give special thanks to Dr. Ernest Ahamuyoj for sponsoring us to this program. I don't even know how I'll be here.
We learned a lot. If you guys in this youth forum, if you guys have the opportunity to come to this place next time, please, have to be here. It's lovely.
From Benin, Patience Usaugiwa, ITV News.
The acting chairman of Ode Local Government Council, Honorable Austin Imafidal, has congratulated Dr. Washington Osa Osifo on his inauguration as the new Edo State Commissioner for Education. In a congratulatory message, Honorable Imafidal described the appointment as a well-deserved recognition of Dr. Osifo's wealth of experience, intellectual capacity, dedication, and commitment to public service. According According to the acting chairman, the people of Orde are proud of the appointment and are confident that the new commissioner will deploy his wealth of knowledge and experience toward advancing the education sector across Edo State. Honorable Imafido expressed optimism that Dr. Sifo's tenure would usher in visionary leadership, innovative reforms, improved educational standards, and greater opportunities for students, teachers, and educational institutions across the state. He assured the Commissioner with prayers in support of the Orde Local Government Council, noting that his success in the new assignment would bring pride to both Orde and Edo State. The acting chairman urged the Commissioner to remain committed to educational transformation and development of the state, expressing confidence that his tenure would be successful and impactful. Their second-in-command, known as Uzukbogiva of Akwakwai village in Urde local government area of Edo State, Pa Osarati Igbinuekar, and elders of the community have appealed to Governor Mondo Pueblo and the Oba of Benin, Oba Elwaya II, to urgently intervene in an alleged leadership dispute over the Odionwe position in the community. The elders, in a statement while reacting to a recent media publication recognizing Pa Matthew Asemote as Odiawere, warned that failure to resolve the dispute could escalate into violence and result in bloodbath. Ikwamusa Ugiagbe has details of the statement.
Diozukbogiva and elders of Ahwahuai village said a letter of authority from the palace of the Oba of Benin recognized Pa Ero as the second-in-command of Ahwahuai village based on his status as a bona fide native of the community where he was born, raised, and has lived. They accused one Matthew Asemota of falsely laying claim to the Odionwe position, alleging that Asemota was being promoted by Ovensei Friday Osarieme, Ada Osakpama, and others for what they described as plans involving land grabbing and other criminal activities. According to the elders, Asemota's grandfather came to Ahwahuai for farming, having hailed from Ewinyomau village, and subsequently had a son who later became Asemota's father. They explained that the leadership dispute had been settled in the palace of the Oba of Benin, alleging that rather than honoring the palace, Asemota and his associates resorted to using police petitions and arrests to intimidate and humiliate them. The elders said women and children in the community were now living in fear of possible attacks as a result of the dispute and called for urgent intervention by Governor Okpebolo and Oba Elwai II to mediate in the matter and prevent further escalation. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Now still in the news, as the search for a reliable and affordable alternative power solution continues, Fanuc Technologies Limited has unveiled a range of solar panels, inverters, and batteries, alongside a flexible payment plan designed to make solar energies more accessible to residents. The company, which has operated in Edo State for 9 years, also unveiled Entertainer, popularly known as Godfather, the Entertainer, as its brand ambassador. Ofere Aneta takes it from here.
The arrival of the brand ambassador set the tone for the event, which also featured the unveiling of Fanuc Technologies' new range of solar panels, inverters, and batteries, with installation services provided by trained technicians. Guinea was unveiling a solution aimed at making solar power accessible to more Nigerians through flexible installment payments. He announced a 10% discount for customers who purchase within the next 1 month.
It's a package that will give you solar power, any form of power, and you pay gradually. We call it pay small.
Solar energy as an important alternative to conventional electricity and urge Nigerians to embrace cleaner and more reliable energy solutions.
We are ready to light up their life. So please help us in pushing this.
and let them know, no matter how much you have, even if you don't have it, come, we'll work out a plan to make sure you have light in your houses.
A representative of Sterling Bank, Mr. Solomon Edia, commended the partnership aimed at improving access to electricity in Edo State.
Sterling has come to be partner of this very good innovation, to partner with FANEG and see how we can actually light up Edo State.
High point of the event was the signing of the ambassadorship agreement and presentation of a certificate to Godfather the Entertainer, officially making him FANEG Technologies brand ambassador for 1 year.
The aim is to see that the people who do not have all the big money in their bank account to have light.
FANEG Technologies is situated at 209 Airport Road, Jerovit Filling Station, Benin City. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Up next, a sport with Tolulope Oguntimei.
Hello and welcome to Sport News. I'm Oguntimei Tolulope Oguntimei. Arsenal have agreed a deal worth more than £50 million to sign Aston Villa defender Ezri Konsa. The England international is said to have a medical before completing his move to Emirates Stadium. Last week, Arsenal reopened talks with Villa over a deal for Konsa, but still fell short of reaching an agreement. However, Arsenal refocused their efforts on Konsa and have now struck a deal for the player with Villa. The 28-year-old, who joined Villa in July 2019, has made 286 appearances over the past 7 seasons. Netherlands midfielder Tijani Reijnders has completed the £52 million move to Saudi Arabian side Al Qadsiya from Manchester City. The 20-year-old only joined City last summer in a £46.5 million move from AC Milan, but struggled to make an impact. Reijnders made 50 appearances in all competition for City, scoring 7 goals, helping them win the FA Cup and Carabao Cup Pep Guardiola final season. He started all 3 of the Netherlands group stage matches at the 2026 World Cup, but was an unused substitute in their last 32 defeat by Morocco. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Oguntimei Tolulope Oguntimei.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakpo Stevens. Good night.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ojúde aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to yet another edition of International Forum. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, today is all about the Korean Peninsula, where the South Korea President Lee Myung is talking about ending the war against North Korea's Kim Jong-un officially. You know, in the 50s, when they have this Korean War, they choose to sign a pact, not a peace treaty. But we're not saying that both should just hold hostilities. They shouldn't exchange hostilities. Nobody should fire. Nobody can talk about peace. And that is where they are today. You've heard about DMZ, right? The militarized zone between North and South Korea, where you're not allowed to cross to the other, but there's like a border, a boundary, so to speak. So there will be this zone where you just can exchange fire. Whatever the time, you get to see South Korea performing drill because of the U.S. backing, and that has infuriated with North Korea and so much to the extent that they keep throwing missiles in the name of testing their intercontinental ballistic missiles, and that isn't going down too well with the South. Of recent, Donald Trump was pissed at South Korea, saying that South Korea didn't show any form of support to the U.S. as in 2024. Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader, the supreme ruler of North Korea, said they want to recapture South Korea to make them part of the North, that they are one indivisible entity. Of course, South Korea, they resisted it, saying it cannot happen. And in 2024, America gave them a lot of backing. But what is happening today, right now? North Korea is still engineering its workforce, talking about the workforce right now, manufacturing serious weapons. And the South also, they are known for their tech, for their beauty, all this kind of enhanced beauty, but it's not, they're talking about warfare. So what is Lee Myung saying that we are not saying, which he said, look, let's really come and really study this thing once of all to officially end this war. So you think that the war between North and South Korea has ended? No, they didn't sign any treaty. So anything can happen. And already North is developing its arsenal, if not for the U.S. support. I keep on wondering where the South will be right now. Donald Trump is not happy now with the South Korean president saying he didn't do anything for them in this war against Iran. Is that the reason why this guy is calling for an outright official end of the war that was fought in the 50s? Anyway, with me to welcome Barrister Emmanuel Obakbolo. Barrister, thank you so much for making our time to be here in the studio.
It's a delight to be here. Good afternoon, Wilson. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
And virtually, if network permits, you know, where you are sometimes can just negate network workability. We're expecting the Chirosa Igebo to join us virtually, Honorable Chirosa Igebo to join us virtually, and of course we're expecting Ehigaiba also to join us virtually if the workability, well I say network interconnectivity might just work, all right? But now as they say in broadcasting, the show definitely must go on. Barrister, here we are right now, down to Korean Peninsula, where the South is trying to say, look, let's officially end this thing, because what we have, it is not as if anyone is trying to attack each other, despite the fact that they betrayed tantrums at each other. South Korea carrying out some wonderful drills and not also releasing missiles, saying they're testing their weapons and all that. The tension is palpable, you can feel it in the atmosphere. Right now, say we should come officially to make it official to end this war once and for all. But we'll start taking it off from there.
It's unfortunate that the once upon a time two brothers are now two enemies. The Korean Republic, as it used to be known, once upon a time, divided into two in 1945, where we now have the South Korea and the North Korea. And in 1948, both countries choose to run separate governments. And that has been the position since 1948 till date, as we have seen. And despite that, from 1948, there has been tense tension between these two countries. Their border towns go through a lot. There have been harassment, intimidation, where in the North choose to go into proper weaponry. They begin to produce ballistic missiles. Want to test our ballistic missiles today. They will not go to the sea and begin to do all of that, just to give signal to the South that, look, the day you choose to go into war with us, you will see something. But then the South, on their part, they also began to mind their business, begin to do what they feel like doing, and having the support of the United States of America as one of their super protectors, so to speak. So they don't care about the tense relationship they've had with the North Korea. And the proposed talk that has just greeted the world, particularly coming from South Korean president, I do not think will bring about peace. Peace is elusive for now between the two brothers once upon a time, because the peace will only just restore communication lines between the two countries, and that will now ease the tension, to my mind, the tension between them, and also in their border towns or border area, just to see how they could begin to do some talk. Because for now, both countries are sworn enemies. They've drawn lines. They've created boundaries wherein if you cross any of the boundary, you can be harmed or injured, as the case may be. So both countries, the South proposing a talk, to my mind, I think that is the best. That could be a start for communication, because once they begin to communicate, then they will they will begin to take the proper steps to see how from there it could generate to something. But for now, every person, the world is just looking at them. Coupled with the fact that Donald Trump on his own begin to make some statements or utterances with respect to not having support from South Korea. I do not know why he needed support from South Korea, particularly with the war with Iran. South Korea is a country that needs more protection from our own once upon a time brother, which is North Korea, and America has given them that protection all the years. And I do not think that maybe America needed the moral support or an outspoken support. Maybe that was what Donald Trump was talking about. But if it comes to support, I think that South Korea has ever been with the United States of America, even for nothing, but as one of the babies of of the United States of America, has been protected by America. So when you look at this proposal, I think the North should embrace it and see how both countries can begin to talk. Probably with time, we could get to a state like what happened between West and East Germany, wherein the Berlin Wall that was built was later destroyed to see how there could be peace between the brothers. And today, that was in the 80s. Yes, and today, once upon a time, both countries are now is now one country, and that is Germany, or United Germany, as you choose to call it. And today, they enjoy industrialization, they enjoy development to the extent that Germany is now recognized as one of the powers of the world. I think that unity has brought about that. So if the North and South Korea will be able to begin to ensure that there's communication lines is restored between them, then with time, I think we can be talking about peace. But for now, peace is elusive.
Let's take a look at South Korea. Someone saying that they're like, in quote, whether we do respect to them, they're like the wimp in that Korea president. And they say that they depend or rely more on the U.S. What do you think prevented them from manufacturing weapons like their northern brothers?
The thing is that it's not that they don't go into manufacturing of weapons. They do, but you know, the North is that type of country, particularly the leader, the supreme leader, so to speak, who would like to tell you, this is who I am, this is what I am, and this is what I have achieved. The South may not be making that noise, and also the South may be obeying and observing and obeying the United Nations rules with respect to production of weapon. So, but for the North will tell you the only thing we have, the only thing we can boast of, the only thing we can use to protect ourselves, the only alarm we can raise when the needs demand is to go into manufacturing of weapons. So I feel that weaponry with respect to the South is not that they do not have it. They do. But the only challenge that they have, that I think, is that depending so much on the United States of America, and America can choose to withdraw its support, particularly when a president of the United States of America is not in good condition or does not really like or love the South Korean state as it is, just as we see Donald Trump, their full outright support, so that the whole world will know that the South Korea is with the United States of America and not the hide and seek game as it is. So for the South, if you look at development, the South is more developed than the North. It's only that the North has more, as it has showcased, has more weapons, so to speak, in quotes now, more than that of the South. But if we want to look at humanity and the development of humanity, I think development is what humanity should go after.
So how come the South, so they do not admit it openly, they are scared of the North? And of course, people, the Korean Peninsula, Japan, and the rest of it, they are afraid also of what North Korea can do to them in that particular peninsula. What's the reason behind this fear?
You know, just now, we have two countries among the Asian tigers that have developed themselves in terms of weapons in the world. You have North Korea, you have China.
Yeah.
These two countries have been able to develop themselves more than other countries in the Asian part of the world. And you know, the strength of everybody cannot be the same, particularly with development. More so to do with the development on weapons, as we have with China and North Korea. And again, China and North Korea have become friends over the years, maybe because of their style of development, wherein they prefer to go into development of weapons. But you can see that China, as much as China is developing herself on weapons, China is also developing herself economically, because for you to have weapons, you also need economic power to do that. So, but North Korea, in the case of North Korea have not been able to do that. Economically, North Korea have not been able to capture other parts of the world to build their economic progress
due to sanctions from the U.S.
Yes. They, once upon a time, China also got that bite of sanction. But China now went ahead to develop herself economically. It was when China began to see that we are developing economically, then China, you know, if you want to rule the world, and that is what the United States of America is doing. The United States of America does not showcase any weapon that she has, but she has been able to showcase the strength that economically we have power. And that is, do you know that the United States of America is the most indebted country in the world? But despite that, those countries that they are indebted to, or those states that are indebted to, or the economies that they are indebted to, know that they have the capacity to offset those debts because of what? Their economic strength. So firstly, you develop yourself economically. Thereafter, you can go in world pouring. But when you develop weapons, just like Iran has developed 75-80% of Iranian budget go for the manufacturing of weapons. But economically, the people are suffering. Same with Korea, North Korea. So if you now have weapons and you don't have economic strength, you can crumble. Because the day the secret, the antidotes to those weapons are founded by any other state in the world or country, as the case may be, then you are over.
Bring to you economic strength. If you can bully your neighbor, you can't get what you want. That's going to be the prism of North Korea.
I do not think so. China today, that is recognized as one of the world powers, it is not because of the weapons that China has. It's because of the economic strength that China. Now, not even count Russia, because economically Russia does not have economic strength to impact the world. But when Russia has weapons, but you can count China. You can talk of the United States of America. You can even talk of Britain. You can talk of Germany. You can talk of France. Why? Because these countries have economic strength, and so much that they were able to look at some developing nations like the African continent, and they made the African market their own. Like China today, you see all China's products in the African market. How many of Korean products can you see in the African market? How many of Korean products can you see in Europe? But do you know, you can, and that is why at the time Donald Trump was now increasing the taxes, the tariff on China's products, because China product was now taking every part of the United States economy or market, as the case may be. So I think that for you to really prove your prowess, for you to really prove your power, for you to really prove how viable you are, then you must have economic strength. Just having weapons to bully your neighbors because you know that your neighbors are not that powerful like you, but by the time your neighbors align with other superpowers, then all of the weapons that you have will amount to naught. And that's why anytime that North Korea tries to bully South Korea, the United States of America rises to the occasion. And before you know, the North will seize. Why? Because the North does not have that kind of strength economically to face. But if China bullies any nation, you see, the United States of America will choose to go into the negotiation table with China rather than going into war. So it goes to tell you that economic strength is what everybody needs.
We're coming back to that to really test that theory of physical economic strength and having the military might. We'll go for a break. When we return, we'll continue this discussion. Don't go away. All right, now when Lee Myong is talking about, stopping the war officially, somehow China is painting a picture of a utopia where North and South Korea, though different countries, they can do trade. They can talk to each other, they can visit each other. But North is saying South is part of Korea, that if war should break right now, they are going to capture Seoul. Pyongyang said they're going to capture the capital of South Korea, which is the Seoul, and they want to be one. One is saying diplomacy, the other is saying no, we have to take it by force. So you see a showdown between the North and the South, as long as it's happening between Russia and Ukraine right now.
Yes, the attempt being made by North Korea is to see how she can take over South Korea and make the Korea as it used to be before 1945, one republic or one state, as the case may be. Having seen what Russia is doing to Korea, to Ukraine, and even the United States of America that seem to have the backup, the cover for Ukraine, is not now giving Ukraine all that Ukraine needs, particularly with the emergence of Mr. Donald Trump as the President of the United States of America. So maybe North Korea is trying to borrow relief from that to see how they can eventually spark up crisis, spark up war with South Korea, and watch the intention, the attitude, and character of the United States of America, particularly now that Donald Trump is already trying to sever relationship of some sort with South Korea, having known that even the United States of America depends economically in some other way on South Korea. United States of America is making economic profit from South Korea. So maybe North Korea is now saying, oh, let us toe the line of Russia. Let us toe the line of once upon a time Iran, when Iran invaded their neighbors, like when we saw here in Africa, we saw Ethiopia invaded Eritrea, but somewhere along the line, the Eritreans now said, no, we would rather die than to belong to Ethiopia. But then long time ago, Ethiopia and Eritrea, like, one country. So yes. So, and there was a division. So, if not, the question now will be, if you know of the economic value that South Korea has, why the division in 1945? Why the establishment of two separate governments in 1948? That should be the question. So it is not just now they want to wake up from their slumbering or from their slumber to say, oh, now we've come to see that we have more economic value from South Korea, and we want to now capture them and probably run through them, just as a Goliath boost to run through Israel. But somewhere a little David came up. So maybe we are going to witness another little David between these two countries when that really comes to play. But just now, the wisest step has been taken by the president of South Korea, making a proposal for a talk to see whether or not there could be an attempt to peace in that region. But like I did tell you from the outset of this program, that for just now, peace is elusive in that part of the world. But there could be the restoration of communication lines between the two countries.
All right, as it stands right now, South Korea and North Korea, technically speaking, they are still at war. Because there was no peace treaty signed in 1945 to 1948. It's what they call, is it armistice? That's the word they use. Yes. That you not exchange hostilities, you won't throw bombs at me, I won't throw bombs at you. Let's just be the way that we are. Let's see if we can find peace. But when this suggestion was brought before Kim Jong-un, talking about the supreme leader of North Korea, he just rebuffed this. Does it mean that he has an intention, like what he said in 2024, that if war should break, they're going to capture soon the headquarters of South Korea to make the two nations one whole entity once again?
You know, some those leaders of different countries of the world who see, maybe because they venture into weaponry and they've seen that their arsenals have become so robust, so huge, so bogus, and they begin to look for little countries in their own thinking that they can test some of those weapons, or they begin to trigger the element of war. No wonder the legendary Lucky Dube did say that leaders start the war anytime they want. Some for their rights, some for fun. You can see that some of these leaders really go into war for fun. Like the supreme leader of North Korea wants to go to war with South Korea for fun. But that may not happen, because leaders before him, even his own father, observed that treaty, that peace accord, that agreement they had in 1948, that brought about the establishment of separate two governments and two nations of the world. So today he is trying to see how he can trigger war between those two countries, because having seen his friend Putin of Russia going to war with Ukraine, even in Ukraine. But just now, I must tell you, even Russians are beginning to react, because a few weeks ago, we begin to see that bombs, missiles begin to hit Moscow, the capital of Russia. So he thought that he would just go to Ukraine and just capture the capital, Kiev, and make it another part of Russia. It may not be that easier for North Korea too, who is trying to go into war and begin to use the language of war, and see that, oh, I can just go to Seoul, the capital of South Korea, and capture South Korea and make it part of North Korea. Probably you cannot now at that time say that it is a North Korea. You will not say the Korean Republic. But I think if they should be wiser, they should emulate the East and West Germany as it was, where they have to come into a peace pact to ensure that both countries come together. And when the
South Korea President Lee is trying to propose, but not saying no to it. That's what they're saying. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that is why I said that he's trying to test his weaponry, because he's feeling that, I have a robust weaponry, I have a huge arsenal, I have all of this, I have that, I have this. But he may be surprised, just as Putin, to an extent, was surprised with what is going on just now, even in the war between Russia and Ukraine. So I think that peace is very expensive, and he should toe the line of peace.
All right, peace is very expensive. Kim Jong-un should toe the line of peace, but this man is trained into war. He's trained into arms. He's trained into ammunition. Trained into the tactics that is used to unravel, orchestrate even war. We're talking about the provocation by South Korea towards the north. We're talking about the military drill. Whenever there's a military drill in South Korea, very close to the demilitarized zone, the north always responded by saying they are testing their weapons. They get to throw missiles into the ocean. Some shrapnels might get to South Korea, even as far as Japan. We will take a look at this when we return after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for stage visuals joined us. This is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. So about the proposal by South Korea for there to be, yes, peace, so to speak, with North Korea. Now with me here in the studio is a barrister Emmanuel Obapola, analyzing issues pertaining to the Korea Peninsula. You get to realize that most time, nobody really triggers it. You get to see South Korea undergoing military drills very close to the demilitarized zone, testing weapons, going their soldiers running up and down, and that aggravates the North. And whenever the North sees them doing it, as a warning, they do start throwing missiles. Is that test of testosterone or test of strength, or what is really happening? Because the Lord is saying, if you must carry out a drill, don't do it close to the demilitarized zone. So why is it that sometimes, if not most times, the South Koreans are provoking the North by carrying out such a drill in that particular region?
You know, in terms of military population or military number, the South seem to have more military men than the North. But for weaponry, the North have showcased how powerful they are with that. So you can see this tension over the years between the two countries. This one want to show their military strength, while the other one want to show how powerful they are in terms of weapons, armory, and the arsenal they have. Both countries know what they are doing. You know, like I did say, as once upon a time brothers, they have lived together. They have once upon a time, there was no boundaries. Boundaries were not created between them until 1945, when they choose to create boundaries. And after 1945, they still did not run separate governments until 1948, when they came to an agreement that there should be an established separate government to run the two countries. Now, even after, between 1948 and 1950, they were still living together as brothers. The boundaries were not really created. The problem started in 1965, when both countries now say, oh, problems began to arise, accusations, allegations, left, right, center. And that was where they created boundaries permanently between them.
The Korean War.
Yes. And having done that, the South went on development, economic development. The North emulated them and began to do that until the emergence of the present president's father, who now came.
The Kim dynasty.
Yes, and said, no, we are going to develop ourselves because we have seen that if you have weapons, you can subdue your neighbors. And that was how they started building weapons. And that was where the tension increased between the two brothers. Now, having this problem between them, instead of it dying down, going down, the thing began to rise. The tensions began to rise. It became test between them. And that's why you see today. Now, they'll be able to go into a treaty with some other turbulent countries those countries who choose to bully their neighbors. Countries like Russia, countries like China, countries like Iran. They'll be able to make treaty with them in terms of war. And you cannot see that from their character, what they discuss amongst them is nothing but how to subdue other countries, that neighboring countries. That is what they just feel, so that they cannot showcase and display how powerful they are. So that has brought about the tension and the attempted crisis or war in those regions. Now, having seen Russia invade Ukraine without any opposition, so they too are feeling we can invade South Korea and there will be no opposition. After all, we have China, who is the most powerful in the Asian continent, as our own friend. Hence, China is with us. We can go and do, because China on our own has also made attempt to capture Thailand, to take over Thailand. China on its own had made attempt to capture Taiwan. Yes. Taiwan.
Yes.
To run Taiwan and take over Taiwan. So you can see that these four countries who have made relationship amongst themselves are countries who like invading other countries.
Countries who like invading or want to survive, want to establish their dominance to free themselves from the clutches of the West.
Free themselves from the clutches of the West. You can do it by peace. It does not really mean you can go by war. War shouldn't be it. That's why I did say that war is expensive. Because when you go into war now, you may not be able to count the costs now. But in course of the war, when you begin to see losses, you may have no reason to revert back to where you started. Because already your ego has put you where you are. So that is the challenge. So I think that the best bet to go about it is to go by peace, to see how we can discuss this. Look at just now. Russia, South Korea is already making a proposal. And I think that proposal will lead to peace, can harmonize the two countries if it is done. Why didn't West Germany say we will not accept it, we will run through East Germany
to capture East Germany to see how we can now have East country. They're now one. Now, some of the people say that this might not be possible because of the way North Korea is going about it. North right now is really compulsory in schools of the North to teach their children that the South is primarily their enemies. So how do you think this will work? We've seen that and kill them, destroy them, do X, Y, Z to them. So how's it going to work?
We are talking of South and North Korea.
Yes.
What is going on? But we are still witnessing same in our own continent here, black world. South Africa. We are witnessing same. Where the indigenous or the citizens and now say, oh, every immigrant to our country, as long as you are a black skin, leave our country. So what is the difference? I just saw on the news crew that about 300 Nigerians will be coming from South Africa even tomorrow. So what are we talking about? That goes to tell you that the era that we find ourselves in this world is a turbulent era. But men should learn how to choose peace instead of war. The North Korean president is young. He's enjoying all that he needs to enjoy as a president of a country, and feeling that he can run through South Korea may not be that easier for him, or easy rather for him. He may be thinking that it will be easy for him. It may not. Putin thought so against Ukraine, but just now it didn't go that way. Even we came here and do an analysis to the extent that some of us even opined that, oh, Russia will just run through Ukraine. Though Ukraine is bleeding, Ukraine is getting the heat, but Russia also has losses to count at the end of the day. So why would you now want to run through a nation just because you want to capture that nation and probably name that nation as part of your own territory? You can do that by peace. The example set for us is East and West Germany. Today they are one, and the two nations is very peaceful. You cannot even go to Germany now and begin to say where was West Germany and where was East Germany. You cannot now, because the wall that separated them was brought down by them. So let men, like I said, learn how to toe the line of peace.
Some of the people that if Russia and US can pull their support from the North and South Korea, because according to history, US supported South Korea, while Russia supported North Korea in the war. If both of them can just pull their influence, let these two countries be the probability that they might just come together once more. What do you feel about this proposal, will I say, ideology?
Now, if you look at, I think both countries also have foreign influence over them. That's why I did mention that the North Korea, because of the treaty she has with countries like China, Russia, and Iran, so they are now emulating the character of these countries. China attempted and is still attempting to take over Taiwan. Russia is already fighting to take over Ukraine. Iran attempted to take over Iraq. It was the United States of America that assisted Iraq to stop Iran. Now, the United States of America is still at the center of the storm. If not for the protection, the little protection now, the United States of America is also giving to Ukraine and some other world powers, probably this war, the war between those two brothers or brethren, as the case may be, might have ended. Or the losses will still be counting as it is still counting now. But the influence that Russia has over North Korea, and that America, the United States of America has over South Korea, they are two different ball games. United States of America has economic influence on South Korea and also to give them military backing in terms of protection. But that of Russia or North Korea is to encourage, strictly on encouraging North Korea to invade South Korea. But Russia never told them to invade. China also never told them to invade. They say just be well, build the economy, be strong. They don't want to develop. They're not saying Kim Jong-un, you have to destroy the South. All the nations, never said that. All the nations that these countries have supported economically are they, except China. Iran, 70 to 80% of Iranian budget every year goes for production of weapons. How do you survive economically? If you go to Russia, economically, Russia is stable, but Russia is still getting the heat. Amongst these parties, it's only China that has economic strength and military strength. Yes, to both together. To the extent that even the United States of America is conscious of the economic strength of China. So, as a nation that wants to rule the world, you must have economic strength, upon which you will build your military might. Right. But the one that North Korea is doing just now, bullying your brother, South Korea, and making them to understand that militarily you can run through them. Are they bullying and trying to show strength, prevent enemies from coming into that territory? But they are doing all these things to strengthen themselves, knowing fully well that they have been bashed so much by so many sanctions occasioned by the West and of course the UN, that the only way to survive is to build up their arsenal, which they have been doing. Build your arsenal to do what? You are building your arsenal and you are not building your economy. I do not see how you can bring that to book. I do not see how developing your armory alone would help to develop your economy. Interesting. I do not see it.
Now let's take a look at Korea Peninsula. As it stands right now, we have countries in the Korea Peninsula. We have the North Korea, South Korea, some part of it also fall to the border, so to speak, of Japan. Now, by North Korea working on the arsenal, I don't think they want to be known as a regional power. If they not succeed in already establishing that fact that they are regional power in that Korea Peninsula,
that is just what they want to achieve.
And they've not achieved it.
No, they have not achieved it.
Why would you say that?
The reason why they have not achieved it, that part of the continent, they have a superpower there, which is China, in that part of the continent. So regionally, they want to see how they can take subdue South Korea, subdue Japan, then they will now raise their ego. But mostly, you don't subdue nations by mere military might. You can subdue nations by economic strength. So when you have the economic strength, nations, you can now go over nations. Nations will know, in terms of economy, this state is powerful. They will even give themselves to you without knowing that they have done that. And this can be traced to even the Bible days. We saw when there was famine in Israel, the children of Israel left Israel for where? For Egypt. That was its total surrender. So if North Korea can build themselves economically, mind you, Japan has economic strength. Japan, in that region, Japan may not have the military might,
which they are bringing, right, because they said they're going to break the former oath of trying to follow peace. They're going back right now.
Yes.
Some manufacturing.
Yes, because of North Korea.
They also said this same, that not before they are going back into build weapons.
Yes, because of all this nonsense from countries like North Korea. And you know, once you have the economic strength, you can develop your military might.
Right.
So, seek first economic strength.
So seek first the money.
Yes. Thereafter, the power will come. So, for this that the North Korea is doing now, if anything happens to our weaponry, North Korea will just go down.
Wow.
And our economy, your economy determines how powerful you are. That's why the United States of America can be at war with different countries at the same time. But it will not have impact on the economy. Even when it is having impact on the economy, you will not notice it. So why not develop yourself economically instead of going to develop yourself via armory to see how powerful you are? So China started by developing herself economically. Today, China has taken over the world market. So even if China goes to war with any country or state, as the case may be, today, China may not have the economic impact, because the economic impact will be what will make the people to surrender. Because the South Koreans can surrender to North Korea, where North Korea has economic strength. But also, look at it. I just mentioned that Japan has economic strength even in that region, more than North and South Korea. Japan has economic strength more than them. So how are you going to subdue Japan? And now Japan is proposing of going back because after the Hiroshima destruction and Nagasaki, Japan choose not to go into anything like war. But just now, they are beginning to make up their minds. Why? Because already they have economic strength. So they can build their weaponry.
All right, so as it stands right now, we're watching both North and South Korea. Let's see if they can really make ends meet. And guess what? Strangely, Japan was the nation, the only nation that was able to subdue North and South Korea. They were under Japanese protectorate until that Hiroshima and Nagasaki thing that happened. Ever since then, the North and South, with the Korean Republic, they became very, very strong. They fought against each other. They separated, but they did not cease-fire. Like, you know, not a peace treaty. It's kind of a partial treaty that the war has not ended. So anything can happen. There could still be dust and bombs from both. And they just said, don't throw bombs, don't throw missiles. But that is not the same thing as peace treaty. So we are watching these two. Let's see if they really collide. If they should collide, who is going to wither away? Who is going to resist and stand strong and say, look, forget it. I am as strong as you are. Barrister, thank you so much for coming on to today's show. I appreciate the wonderful analysis. We're watching them. The Korean police now right now is boiling little by little. Any spark, we just say, boom. We don't pray for that, but we're observing. This again next week Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
TV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Ule magwa kandine na. Okiya gboso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole niyi yakin umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki eri omi lopolo amamufwa amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amokoko ebo wa ya kwe isu imina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o sa ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no ame ya na we no ko ko re do we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi ibota ma na hin ya fe no mario ibota o emo rede emi yoko no agba eko wa o no mario iwo ti imati eni wa o no mario so pera me so pin ye me ni ma agba eko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe nokwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufwa ma ye na ni wa no ma dole mi yi iwo mi ami no ma oda mo dole ni yi o mi ma oda ma ni ya gwa amamufwa ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe ero na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri e ni agun egbon ye ero na utana ode ba utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ikwe o lauda ma ya hami say ma ya mama na we adu gina ne ma ata me do ni ro wa kebi ni si when I free we dey gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi ne we e go gi ma e go no gbera ne e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria oba ato ikwe o
ise o ere wa tele ile paso kabari hunamure
ile do lowo me wa bebe ne ga kai wa bidan yo ofun gbo sa ogba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aniri emina ya ka no we ndolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa no ri we no wa eba nu ye ne jawe mata uwa ma no gbugbo ugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi yukono ma iro uwe te bata se gona na ma fo amege alo de kan o twese webo ni mari miena oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladian ya wi twese osege ni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me komo bonye kega oni ayeri ne no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani ya mu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwe ya se ti mu na he o ha no re aro ene eni bo na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no a se ti arioba ye te mu ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya woto boy mo gba yo wa woto boy we mi aye we do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba ni ga mo lo wi ma yi amamu family otenwe ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kinakana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufua amiri ni o ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufua amiri na ewi na ya ka amamufua amiri o no maru emiesi ka ni si wodao we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi ka be suru dada gbo we omi obi ye oge vawu de amegbede we me khara una be ame roba na ya gun una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni o ni egwe o omo yi mu gwe o sa gba de go dinu e emi o ka suru dagbe wa ko o ti gba no oge va de ya na mi we àwọn tó wà rẹ̀ mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀nà láì mọ́tò ẹ̀rẹ̀ igi mọ́tò ẹgbọ́ ọ̀nà mọ́tò ẹgbọ́ abẹ́ òyí ní àdó ìwòrì ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà rí park ọ̀má yẹn yẹn rí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ́ àṣà mọ́ mi wòrì rí ìwò náà ìkẹ̀ òbúwẹ̀ ọ̀gbà ọ̀gẹ̀ ni una hàí ni iná òwẹ̀ mú fùwá ni so pọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrè pé ọ̀dí gbà sọ́ ni me yere ika yo wewe awe igiri ila la di awupo pe Lagos road na wi je ko ala moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ni ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe ina mo tuta pe gbere ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de moto ni ha sa wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it away your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yan
only no do try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni mari gbera kena che Ogida junction boy na wa to the motor awa opia ehwe ha ni ya ni yekeni ala wa di go ga o yin ha ta ni aya awa di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa today iye ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọba kọ rí àdìmẹ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà
oh my god
ọbẹ̀ rẹ̀ àmàmú fún wa ẹ̀yìn yá mi ìmí àmì ẹ̀dẹ́rì náà wà á gẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtàdìmẹ́ ni mẹ̀rẹ̀ ànàmà nẹ́ẹ̀dìà àmà náà wà àdìmẹ́ rẹ̀ náà ìnáwó tó fún dọ́ni kékeré máa rí yẹn náà máa mi ẹ́ àbí òṣèjì ẹ̀wò ni màá gbà gbóná yìí náà ọwọ́ àpárọ̀ ló mú ẹ̀ àgbónárí wa ọmọ apárẹ́yà sí wa ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀ ìwú wẹ́tà àgbóyò wa àìmú àgbóyò wa yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kú kí náà ó gé fàárí ó yà dèwé àkọ́kọ́ yọ wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni dè é bùkẹ́bùkẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀nu wàá dùn ara yìí ọ̀ sọ̀nà ò bọ́ ma sáré bọ́ náà fíìmù ya bò yìí fíìmù ya mú fúwa ìmàmí kìnnà mi nà màá wẹ̀ rí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ amúfúwa amámúfúwa gẹ́lẹ́ ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀wọ́n ní ewé èmi èsì dàmá èmi èsì ní sùnú dàyà ìnáwó amámúfúwa àmẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́ ẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ekena na wu anabi sọlọpọ ló dé báyìí ma rẹ dèrí yèké sọlọpọ ló fi àgbé mọ ọba àtọpẹ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ẹniwa yayi wa daye na mu fa mamie ama mu fa amieri ọtẹnẹ pastor kabari ama mu fa amieri ìyẹn wẹ bẹnu eba eyare bible ẹgbẹ yẹn ya ta ama mu fa amieri ìmáwó nu ẹrù tọrẹ dọ báyìí o ìbòtà màyé náà.
Ibe do no pe o zemi na de sin o deni mi ala ge tana amamu family ya gwe ibo ewogun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhuna ga ikwe mo amamu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe so kun mege na yasini ge mu akia osalo bagi maya iye webo e po na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan o carry oba we Nigeria ya wa election e bana te ekwe oge itemo pa owa gani owe esagie owo omakoma ose agani yegi amude sagi anu pa no to yoto nu da ye o ni e o ta ona mosi ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbeyo awa na ya mi adani e bona iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we magi obi ra ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio wege grenori agberi agbe amamufua anirie erio wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu yo e o eko no amani o mo ni wuyo eko o kan be yu ke ewebo amamufua anirie mami o wana wesi ni ona mi we mi no eko no say e o sa do ya enu eba gwa kan e bi no wan eba no kan me opopa na la tie e Jefta be no wan ka tai era na tie Gilead oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodin le Jefta ne Gilead ya so ha bi omo so pan ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni ge Jefta na bora ado de by monday ni e bi e yo wa ọdún ìjẹ̀pọ̀ máa ń pẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ òpè àmìlẹ̀ Gilead ọ̀nà ló wú ọdún ìwú ìdíyẹ́rẹ́ náà gbàgbé ìwé tí gbé má lórí kù ọ̀rẹ́ àmì ńdàmá mú ìwé yíyú ọ̀hún òun sẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹnà pè má yẹnà kú ẹ lọ́rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yà mú fúwa yóò yà mú fúwa yẹnà kú ẹ fúwa ìyẹn náà gbà ọmọdún yà sí ni yóò tí ọmọdún ọ̀ sọpọ́ má sí ni ọ̀nà ìyẹn pọ̀ ọ̀nà zòzò là wà gbọ̀ ọdún ìṣẹ̀rù náà tẹ̀ mọ́ àbọ̀nà tó tàbọ̀ náà gbé zọ̀bọ̀ sọpọ́ ìyẹn gbé ni na lileri ye odawo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de bana na maye nwi na maye ni ori sewe oko gare ro na do bana ga tie no ka o ye na e pegere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara o be gwale ga de e so na wo he mo le wa ya yin ye unda ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀rẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rojúpò ìdòrá yìí ni ẹ ní edu ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ìyáfẹ́ ní ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ẹ̀bù ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé ń dẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́ ìgbẹ̀ni ẹ̀yà bùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹn ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bùdá o àgbọ̀nàjò máa yẹ ṣáyọ̀ òdùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ìra yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́wọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀bọ̀ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé ìnáwó ẹ̀ wẹ̀sìn ìgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ kí o sábò yẹn iye le ma gu e ọjọ́ we edun nuda igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we e o re wo more o we se unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vio sisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gbezo akedo gbezo e police station aya Abuja igo na mo ni emuria nu de so wu normal say ni alado bokye kenagana even waye zeye police station igo ni egbaye bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema since the man wa gaga na sedike ani na eberezo le gbe mi na o ke do ma doge so kun gbe e o yikweyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi ogo na mi ewe owo ri o la ke na mojo rebo ogo mo mu no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na bo ya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya do de ma we wa lo de na la do si esi otie wa ni baba no bo wa ye ebuye o wa me go ibi e san re we wa ya do mo re wa dari pe wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama anieri
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e wa ma kan we se ayi e le ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi Every man at Dubai, I said, man at Dubai, Mahamu Adiwa. 11 if you cabetu, if you cole, if you are from a way, if you are Wagagwina, Wagagiko, no, that Amamufua, I made it. Can also work with ye. No matter, don't win a fiané, no food, we go my hair at all.
Wesley. When I get here, where whatever you knew, Yona, or if you are Mamufua, and maybe anyone, I don't know, no one had direct Matana. A sort of where all my watani. And you mean now I don't know anyway. Or we never matter, and not a very tiny. When I'm when you know, so when no woman, Raboy, one way by force. And I mean, was a bit matana now. What would I say? And woman, you are Uda, when you do me away to a bay, a horror, you mania. Yes, a boy, you know, type, pastor, you know, Kamba, yes, a boy, no way. Ni aisi na we ya pe o wa no e ga ma bi ye obi ewu odo asin odun wo ewu e do ni na sunu e se se su te wo bi agbawo a e be ni na obi ewu mo wa sunu mo do wa nya bo ma mo ni wa na e do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi e wo na no nya wo ra ma bi ra we wo ana bi we wa era won amupari ewo we ewu no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su eje awa igobere ba igogbe were ba o to na bere la awo tare mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibu hi oredo omuti so we egbe we ni ngari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amu we ye ba ọ̀wáwé ràrí ọ̀wáwé yìí yan olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ilé wọ́sọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ a máa mú fún wa àmì eríyè nígbà ọmọ ìrìn àmú fún wa nígbà èmi sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dó ní màálù ayàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí ńlá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí èrí ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀ iyekẹ́ ẹ̀mà nígbà ìmà tánìyàwó n'ọhọrọ arẹwò but mama ha wẹ èmi náà wẹ n'uye sisi yẹti yà á mìíràn ayé n'uye òdekòde yà á mìíràn ayé n'uziro yà á lò dẹfẹ yà á zẹ nẹ abẹ ọlápá yà á zẹ ní yàfẹ àyìnbó ùtọ mẹrọ aláwòdà ẹrọ náà gbọdọ ìnà yẹrọ ẹyẹ wò kú gbé ẹyẹ wò láwòdà àmàmúfua àmìrè ọrùwẹbọ tẹ ọrùwẹbọ wẹrẹ àwìyé ìyóbọ náà wọnà wa àmàmúfua hì. Uga ọwọnà rúṣẹ ùṣẹṣọ ọgbàlẹni ọhàmẹgbẹ unahìrà ẹnẹ ẹrẹ ẹnuwẹrẹ ẹnẹ tó wà lóhun tó mú fà ọmọ ẹdẹ mú fà yẹyẹ ọwọnà yòówẹ hàn ugbẹrẹ ẹ uwé ni uyóbọnẹ wúnẹ ẹgbẹnà tábà ọtọ ebisugbe umi ẹwẹ yẹri ìwé skul náà rí ẹnẹ mọ ọhàrì náà níyà ọhàrì náà dùn hà ní ẹnọmakọ ẹdẹ yẹyẹ amamufà amiri edolopo ibude mayu no wawe na lao na arubo negbe na emi maya ruje na yafe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
láti owó àwọn káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́rọ lọ́wọ́ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ tó. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bí rẹ̀ láti owó àwọn káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́rọ.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omonihuoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely, lovely Monday evening. Of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another lovely episode of the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Bronze. Yes, it is that city where the king is truly king. Now, for those who are just joining us for the first time, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to put themselves first, to prioritize themselves, and of course, to invest in themselves. All right, it's important to invest in others, it's important to give to others, but you have to first give to yourself. After all, the Holy Book says that you should love your neighbor as yourself. So if you don't love yourself, you can't love others right. Yep, that's basically what to teach men on the Guys Hangout Show. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight, we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic, which has to do with, taking action rather than procrastinating or just, doing wishful thinking, okay? But just like I'm never alone on the show, so we're going to be doing, I'm going to be having this discourse with someone, a friend of the house, a part and parcel of the Guys Hangout Show. He is a clergy, he is a resource person, and of course, he is a life coach. He has contributed a whole lot to, seeing to the development of men and masculinity, and he goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you in the house, Benedict.
Yeah, it's a pleasure once again. Always a pleasure. Always. And good evening to you out there. It's always a pleasure being with you.
Thank you so much, Benedict. It's good to have you in the house. Now, tonight we're taking a look at the need to put or to match words or match plans with action. Okay? Now, as men, we plan a lot. We have plans. In fact, I don't think men's plans are exhaustible. Okay, we plan a lot. We want to do this. We have a business. We want to get married. Even for those who are married, we want to have kids. And of course, we also need to decide on how many kids we are going to have and all of that. So we make plans a lot. But the big question is, how much of these plans are we able to execute? And what is our willingness and our capacity to make these plans, to convert these plans to actionable, realities. Because that is where the challenge lies for a lot of us. It's not like we don't have plans, right? If you ask the average, young man what his plans for this year is, for instance, I'm sure he's going to go on and on and on telling you what he intends to do. But in some cases, a couple of months down the line, it seems like nothing has been achieved, or it seems like there are no chances of those plans becoming reality. What do you think is responsible for that?
For me, I believe that every human being is God's plan.
Okay.
Yeah, or wishes. There are things that you wish to do, you wish had happened, you wish. But I think where the problem is actionable steps to making sure that those things does not end in just planning or just end in wishes, because there are 3 steps: wishes, plans, and action.
Okay. So you're saying that the beginning is the wishing part.
Yeah, there are things you desire. There are things you just wish you have, or you do, or it happens to you, happens for you, and all of that. Wishes, desires. And unfortunately, a lot of people end life there.
Just wishes.
Wishes. Some upgrades to planning. You set plans. I'm going to do like this. In order to get, I'm going to do like this. I'm going to do like this plans. But it doesn't just end there. There is execution. Beginning to carry out those plans one after the other, one at a time, and all of that. And I think that is where majority of people fail. It is easy to say that I want to shed weight, for example. It's easy to say that in the new year, I found out that I'm adding up so much. I want to shed weight.
Okay.
It's a want, it's a wish. It's easy to say, okay, how do I do that? I have to go to the gym. I have to
cut down on
things like manage my diet better.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to change my diet. I have to improve my diet and all of that. It's easy to, that those are the things to do. But where the thing, what will really bring the change is you either hitting the gym and actually beginning to manage your diet.
Okay.
that is where the change will happen. Do you understand? Yeah. It's easy to say, because there are a lot of people that say, I want to give my parents good life. For example, young people. Young guys out there, I want to give my parents good life. I want to do this. I want to buy a car for my mom. I want to do this. Great. But what exactly are you doing that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, you should get to that level where you will do all of those things for your parents? What exactly, what are the step-by-step action you are taking? I asked somebody recently, and I know that she has very strong desire to help the parents, to do things for the parents. But I feel, in my own opinion, that she's not doing enough. You understand? To be able to get to that level where you can have the financial freedom to do all of those things for your parents or to your loved ones.
She's not putting in enough tangible efforts.
Yeah, you understand. I feel so personal, and then I have to discuss with her about it. Look. But I'm happy for her that she's beginning. You understand? Yeah. Because, like, I talk to people from my heart, and if you take it, great. If you don't, so those are the things. You have made your plans. Yes, I want to do this year. What step have you started taking? Because it's about steps. It's about actions. It's about actions. I want to have a good presentation in terms of public speaking, in terms of, there are a lot of people that may want to one day be here to discuss what we discuss, to do what we do. But what are you doing right now so that when the opportunity comes, you will not be found wanting?
Okay.
You understand? So those are the things. As a guy out there, you must start the plan. It may be that, okay, I want to buy a new car this year. Maybe by the mid-year, I want to get a new car. What is your saving plan? The savings plan you have made. And how consistent and diligent are you with it? About saving, about cutting down on some other excesses, about cutting down on enjoyment, because I have a goal, I want to get a car. So you must look at all of those things and take actions. You want to travel abroad, what are you doing? Do you know that there are people that wish to travel abroad that doesn't have international passport? I mean, it's ironical.
How do you intend to achieve that?
It's ironical that you see them with all zest. I want to come out for this country. I want to leave this country. This country I want. Man, when you probe, okay, we want to help you leave the country.
That's the most basic thing that is required of you.
You get, it doesn't have even international, it has never been to immigration. It has never even made an inquiry about how it's done.
So how does it intend to do that?
So you understand, you see wishful thinking everywhere. So you have to travel abroad, you have to start. You have to start to make the steps. And then again, there are a lot of things that the young, especially the younger people, the mistakes they make. You have made plan to start a business, for example. You don't make plan on how you can get at least a part of the capital. You just wish that my uncle should send me, I want to start a business with, for example, ₦1 million. My uncle should send me ₦1 million to start a business. You are just waiting for who will send you ₦1 million. And you don't
yet have a blueprint as to what to do with that $1 million.
No, not even about the blueprint alone. Okay. That is great. But again, how much do you have on your own?
Okay.
How much do you have? And you have been making this plan for 5 years, and you have not been able to save 200,000 on your own. You are not serious. Do you understand it? Because like somebody, a prof was sharing with us yesterday, and he said that if you go to meet somebody and say, help me with money, and he said the person will tell you, okay, maybe a young man could say, give me 50,000. He said, you will tell the young man, okay, I will give you 40,000, but you go and get 10,000. When I see you that you have 10,000, I will balance it off. I will give you the remaining 40,000. He said the reason for that is when he or she goes to look for that 10,000, when he has gone through the hurdle of getting that 10,000, when he sees the effort and the stress and what it took to get 10,000, he or she will appreciate the 40,000 that you gave,
and would most likely not squander it.
Squander it, because he will not say what it took me to get 10,000. It means that the person that gave me 40,000 took 4 times the effort that I took to get 10,000. Right. And that's a massive effort, by the way. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. So those are how the wise deal with people. You get. You cannot just go to a bank and say, give me money. The bank will want to see what is your volume of transaction for the past 12 months. How consistent have you been in running this account in this business for the past 12 months? You understand? It is on that premise that the bank will give you a loan and say, okay, you qualify for so and so. Based on the volume of your transaction, based on this level of volume, this is the amount you qualify for. You get it. So it means that if you want to get a loan from bank, you need to start 12 months before the day you will go and apply for the loan. You have to start taking actions. You have to start taking action and preparing yourself 12 months before then. And I think that's where a lot of people get it wrong. You must take actions. And mind you, the reason why some people don't want to take action is because they don't want to fail. And the reason why you are failing is because you don't want to fail.
I was actually getting to that because, we can't, look at actions without first trying to examine the reasons some persons just stop at wishful thinking. We've actually established that there are so many persons out there who just wish to achieve certain things. They wish to have certain things, but that's where it ends. So the real question is, why do they have this mindset that certain things are beyond their reach or beyond their achievement? They just wish and that's the end of it. Why don't they make efforts? What do you think is responsible for this lukewarm attitude towards, fulfilling their dreams?
The biggest among them is the problem of the mind. And then society. The biggest among them is the problem of the mind and what society feeds, what we feed ourselves on in the society. The things, the ideologies. For example, when you tell somebody, I'm not saying you should throw caution to wind in terms of making investments, for example. You tell somebody, make investment, invest in this particular thing. The first thing the person will ask, what if the money loss? Are you getting it? His mind,
that's pessimism.
He's more careful. He's more conscious of losing that money than gaining that money.
So you're saying that, a major factor is a pessimistic mentality?
Yes, mindset. The mindset. The problem is the mind. The problem between the rich and the poor is the mind. Is the mind.
Well, don't you think there is a legit excuse for that? Because it's easier for, it's easier for the rich to, make some very huge financial commitments because there is so much more where that came from.
Yeah.
Than for someone who managed to put a certain amount together, and then you're trying to convince them or persuade them to put their money into a certain line of business.
Yeah.
They'll want to think twice. Like, okay, what if I invest this money in this venture and, it's all goes down the drain?
Okay, now, Harry, the first question is, how did the rich become rich? When you read the autobiography of that man that is rich, you'll find out that there was a time he was having 100,000 naira, maybe all the savings of his life, or it was even 10,000. You understand? Yeah. It was the risk he took with that 10,000. The investment, because every investment comes with a level of risk, though some come with higher risk than some. It was the investment he made with that 10,000 that brought him to the millions and the billions he is today. Do you understand? Meanwhile, there were people that had 100,000 when he had 10,000. That are poor today because they held on to their 100,000. Are you getting it? And over time, their 100,000, the value of their 100,000 is nothing to. In fact, some has even squandered it because you are holding on to it. But when you want to use it to buy a suit or a good shoe, a shoe that you like, you will not hold on to it. you forget that even the shoe you bought is still, over time, will still be a loss. Because the highest you can wear that shoe sometimes may even be 2 years, 5 years. Maybe sometime even after 6 months, 1 year, your younger will come and pick it. For example, you get what I'm saying? So what we are saying is that it is a mindset thing. Taking action, undermining the negative part, and focusing on the positive. These are the things we have done. These are the things, you know, I'm a risk taker, a big one. If I share certain things, there are things we cannot come to the public to take. Say. The financial risk we have taken in time past and we are still taking. Are you getting it? But that's what has shaped us and made us as tough, as we are as determined to succeed as we are. Because you don't want your story to be told of a man that lost. When you see a man that is determined not to allow his story to be told as a loser, do you understand? That man definitely will succeed. One of the things that distinguishes Cristiano Ronaldo and every other player in the world, are you getting it? Including the best player, in my own opinion, that has kicked the round ladder, which is Lionel Messi. You understand?
Pardon me, you don't have to go into the details.
No.
It's okay, I understand.
All right.
That was on the line.
But one of the ways why I fancy Ronaldo, even though I believe that Messi is a better footballer than Ronaldo, but Ronaldo, I am a fan of Ronaldo.
Okay.
Why I fancy Ronaldo is because he never wanted his story to be told just to end at where he failed. One of his teammates said that when he feared Ronaldo was when they went to play tennis. In those days when Ronaldo was just about 21, 23, 21 thereabout. They went to play tennis. They finished football, you know, footballers at the end, after training, they would just go to have some other exercise. He said they went to play tennis and Ronaldo lost in that tennis. Ronaldo refused to leave that place. You understand?
Yeah.
He started training and training until the next time when they met, he defeated that guy that beat him. That was when Ronaldo relaxed that. He said that was when he started being afraid of this guy, that this guy, his winning mentality is top notch. I mean, this is not football now, it's tennis. But he doesn't want his story in any way to be told as a man that failed.
Light or failure.
That is why you see him putting on all the effort. That is, a lot of people watch the football, they don't learn that part. It's about, I love Ronaldo. Ronaldo is better than Messi. Messi is this. And the young people wasting their life arguing on who is better, and your own life is in one place for 10 years. What lesson are you learning? It is about taking risk. It's about not allowing your story to be told as a man that failed and remained a failure. I think it's Abraham Lincoln that said, I better die trying than to remain a failure. He said, I better die trying than to remain a failure. And eventually, after trying for almost 100 times, he became the president of America. Do you get the story now? So it is not about, it's about taking action. In taking those actions, you will fail many times. Go and ask the rich. That's why you see that the rich, sometimes they don't really trust people that come around easily. They will not trust you easily when you come around them this time. They will take time
to analyze
you before they will trust you, because they have gotten many injuries before they got to where they are. They have suffered many betrayals. Do you understand? They've suffered many, they failed many times. If you go to meet the rich and say, invest in this, he will call the accountant, he will call many people, let's analyze it, because he has failed many times before he got to that place. He has garnered the experience. You can meet some people and say, this thing, I don't think you should invest in this. I don't think you should. Because he's not telling you because he is so much of a superhuman. It's because maybe in time past he has invested in that business for many times and has lost money many times. So he has learned. But he refused to give up. He might have tried many and failed. It's just one that made him a billionaire. One that made him a millionaire. Do you understand it now? So those are the things. Taking action. You want to get married? Taking action. You cannot just stay like somebody say, come here, Claire, you know, they just close from church, you rush out of church, you know, and you say you want to get back. Where with the brothers in the office, you are not friends with anybody. Yeah. You understand? At the market, in the church, in your place of work, in the place of business, you don't have friends, you don't have associates. Everybody is a devil, everybody, all men are scum, and you say you want to get married. Where? So you have to take action by making yourself available. You have to take action by showing yourself marriageable, that guys can, because you don't really become a wife because a man paid your bride price. You become a wife before you are found. The Bible says, he that findeth a wife.
So you're saying
she's already a wife.
She has to, put herself in a place where she's
already a wife. Biblically, she's already a wife before she's found. Do you understand? She's already a wife. So if you are seeing people that are saying, nobody even they ask me out, madam, you are not a wife yet. Because a guy that is asking you out, that is really serious with you, can observe you from distance for 6 months. Do you understand? Some people will say, this guy just met me and in 3 months he said we should get married. It is not 3 months. He has been observing you. Even sometimes he has set some artilleries, intels around you. Do you understand? Yeah. And he has gotten the kind of feedback he's looking for. You get. So those are the things. Actions. Presenting yourself. Taking actions. The things you say you want to do this year. Taking actions. And in taking those actions, so many times you can fail. There is fail in the path of success. In the path of success, the path of success is littered with setbacks, failures and setbacks. That is why there are only few people there in the world. That is why the billionaires are only just about 1% of the world population. So those are the things. Taking action.
All right. Thank you so much, Benedict.
And being ready.
Okay.
To take anything that comes free. And take anything. Don't let the failure stagnate you. Move.
Now keep moving. This is the part where I would like, in conclusion now, I would like you to advise, young people out there, especially young men, because it's a guys hangout show, who really have concrete plans, solid plans as to what they want to, become or what they want to achieve in life. But unfortunately, the fear of failure seems to be a clog in the wheels of their progress. What's your advice for such people, in less than 1 minute?
All right, start. If for a venture you find failure, you will navigate yourself along the line, but you have started. You are no longer where you were. So that navigation is now part of the experience. Do you understand? What navigation has taught you, whether you may suffer temporal setbacks, but the truth is that you have left a lot of people behind because you have started, you have moved. You have left a lot of people.
Than those who haven't started at all.
I mean, you have left a lot, even though you are there is temporary setback. But while you are there sorting it out to continue, you have left many people. And immediately you sort it out and move, you always move ahead.
All right.
You always move ahead. So that is what it is. Start and keep moving.
Thank you so much, Benedict. You said a whole lot, and I hope our viewers out there have been paying attention, and that they try to focus on the very, very amazing nuggets that you've put out there. I personally have learned a whole lot, and I'm hoping that so many other persons out there have learned a lot too. All right, thank you so much once again. The Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Bronx. Now, you've heard from Benedict Ochago. It's not enough to wish. Wishful, like they say, if wishes were horses, even beggars would ride, right? So anybody can wish, but how determined are you to convert those wishes to, reality? Because that is actually where the cocoa is, like they say, in our local parlance. It's very, very important. It's not just enough to say, oh, I want to do this, I want to do this. The earlier you start putting concrete, actions to those wishes, the better for you. So that by the end of this year, you have a testimony and you'll be able to say, okay, I'm not where I was at the beginning of the year. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. My name is Harry Agboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station on the show, do ensure you stay out of trouble and have yourself a lovely night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't do like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back freely. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up. What do you mean? What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Leader for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time do this? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on to that. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on your keep that that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Arebo, Pagimanta Donome. Oh, Arunu. Arunu.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It